For this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you. Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on the 24th of December. It's Christmas Eve with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver. Today,
the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year.
Meanwhile, in his annual address, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, will reiterate calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled. And Reform UK will stand candidates in every seat at next year's general election. That's the assurance by the leader, Richard Tice, who joins us later, by the way, and it could split the Conservative vote and pave the way for a Labour win.
As millions of passengers go on their Christmas getaway, travel disruption is expected with high winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the AA has warned of lengthy jams of traffic, and Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday. And it's the Great British Crunch. Thousands of families are still out shopping for last-minute gifts. Do you have any last-minute Christmas shopping left? Let us know. Send us an email, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes, I do. And it's a truly green Christmas. King Charles will address the nation on Christmas Day from Buckingham Palace for the second time. But it will be the first time a living tree will appear in the backdrop, apparently. There we go. And of course, Aidan McGee, the man himself, is here with your sport.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Patrick. It was a huge night of heavyweight boxing in Saudi as Anthony Joshua dazzled in the desert. In the Premier League, Arsenal made it to Christmas #1, but there was more misery for Manchester United.
And Ellie Glazier has your weather.
There's further wet and windy weather on their way with some snow across Scotland for Christmas. Join me later for the full forecast with all the details.
All right, well, this show is nothing without you, OK?
No, it isn't.
So what we want is to hear from you, gbviews@gbnews.com. What's your Christmas Eve setup like? So are you there with your families? Is it the calm before the storm? And if you are travelling home, OK, keep us updated. It's gbviews@gbnews.com. Make sure you leave your names, where in the country you're from. We really want to involve you as much as possible today.
Yes, gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them coming in.
Yes, well, I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is Christmas Eve breakfast on GB News.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got loads coming your way today, haven't we? And we're really excited to be here, I must say.
I'm delighted to be here with you, actually.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
there we go. This is an insight into our life, isn't it? Which I'm looking forward to sharing with the nation. But look, after what seemed like a very, very long and difficult year in politics, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, as well as the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. They're both going to deliver their Christmas speeches to the nation later today.
Yes, both leaders are expected to reflect on the year as well as their ambitions for 2024.
Yes, well, one thing that will be on many people's minds is, of course, the war between Israel and Hamas, how it affects us here in the UK.
Yes, yesterday, hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters took to central London's Oxford Street, Regent Street and Carnaby Street. The demonstrators were calling for Christmas shoppers to boycott against so-called pro-Israel brands.
Well, I mean, we were actually shopping, weren't we, yesterday on that street, classic, leaving it to the last minute. We've got to go back again today. But I'm quite glad that we missed this. Fashion giant Zara was among their targets as well, forcing security guards to block 2 stores. Protesters chanted, "Zara, Zara, you can't hide. Stop supporting genocide."
Yes, police say there were no arrests, though.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to talk about the Christmas messages from politicians. We're going to go through some of your emails as well. But can't help but wonder whether or not this should have been allowed, really. In the run-up to Christmas, we've got all the Christmas lights there. Why was this allowed by the Met Police and co? Well, here to discuss this is political commentator Dr John Coulter. Dr John, thank you very much. Merry Christmas Eve, first and foremost. I hope you're well.
Hello, folks, and a happy Christmas to all at GB News.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, look, so shall we just start, I think, with what we're expecting to see in terms of these rallies that have taken place, right? Should that have been allowed, do you think, in the run-up to Christmas, busiest shopping day of the year, everyone's out with their family trying to get a little bit of last-minute shopping, getting in the Christmas mood, and you've got all that going on?
Yeah, well, one of the great attributes of Western democracy is the freedom to protest. But when does the freedom to protest become sheer intimidation of shoppers and traders? And I think the protesters and the organisers of such rallies at this time of year need to ask themselves, is there the danger that their protest, no matter what the issue, could be hijacked by militants? Coming from Northern Ireland, I know only too well how protests can eventually turn violent, because let's not forget that one of the protagonists in this Middle Eastern conflict is Hamas, a known terrorist organisation that butchers people, that massacres people. Now, from that point of view, is there the danger that the crowd could be infiltrated by openly Hamas supporters and turn our streets into basically a bit of a bloodbath and a fight with the police? You've got to ask, what is the motivation for doing this?
Yes, John, the Met Police have sort of downplayed the disruption in a few statements they've put out since yesterday. But I want to also ask you about these Christmas messages that we're going to receive from our political leaders. We've got one coming up very soon from Rishi Sunak, of course, the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer will also give us one, and also Humza Yousaf, and Ed Davey as well. Yes. Richard Tice, who we're going to have on the show, will also deliver one. How important are these Christmas messages?
Well, I suppose if we take a look specifically now and you scrape away all the lovely nativity rhetoric that's in them, basically what these are, from the 3 leaders that you've mentioned there, these are basically rallying calls for unity within their parties with an election coming up. Essentially, in terms of what we know already about the Christmas messages, they have fired the starting gun for the next Westminster election. Let's be honest about that. Sunak, Starmer and Humza all face internal problems in their parties. This is a way of calming the troops before the big storm of the election protest. Yes, I fully appreciate the need to remember our troops and all the service personnel, the emergency workers, all the people who will be working over Christmas. That's relative. But to start to use your Christmas message as a rallying call for a general election is pushing the boat out a wee bit too far.
I'm quite looking forward, John, to playing politician bingo as we get these Christmas messages in throughout the course of the day. We're definitely going to have something about Christian values in one of them. We're definitely going to have something about the military in another one. You can see that coming. There'll probably be something about, you know, what a wonderful, diverse, multi-faith nation we are as well. I mean, you know, I'm quite excited to see who does what here with these. But, you know, it is a good one, isn't it, I think, for politicians. We're seeing Keir Starmer on our screen there right now to try to show that they are potential future leaders, aren't they?
Yes, this is really, as I say, a rallying call, not just to the internal workings of their parties, but the voters themselves. Basically, if we were to summarise each of their speeches, it really is what they have left out, and they are the words, "Dear Santa, please ensure that I get keys to power in the next election." That's the line they've left out.
So it's a bit of a Christmas wish list almost.
Absolutely. Well, it is 100%. And we are, just to reiterate as well, we're going to be playing you clips of these as and when they come into us. So make sure you stay tuned here at GB News. But John, I can't help but notice you're in Northern Ireland, OK? So what's Christmas going to be like at the Coulter household, and what's it like in Northern Ireland?
Well, it's absolutely lashing rain here at the minute. I've just moved to the north coast, so I'm going to try and go on the beach. I have relatives here in New Zealand, and they always like to taunt us with lovely pictures of them taking their turkey on the beach on Christmas Day. So I've earmarked out a lovely beach, Castle Rock Beach, here on the north coast. And I don't care if it's rain, hail, snow, the end of the world, whatever it is, I'm going on that beach. Now, I'm not going wild swimming, but I do have a tradition. Since my wife and I got married 34 years ago, we always host Christmas dinner, and there is the celebration, the commemoration of the eating of the first Brussels sprout. And it is my...
Excellent, excellent stuff.
I eat the first Brussels sprout, and that signals the start of the Christmas dinner.
I think you should go wild swimming. Go on, go for it. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. John Coulter, political commentator in Northern Ireland. Lovely.
I'm a massive fan of the Brussels sprout. I think it's an underused veg.
Yes, but what you do is you cover them in butter, add bacon, add nuts, so it's no longer, you know, the healthy side that it could be, is it?
No, but it's one day a year where you can just go absolutely feral with the food, I think, isn't it?
Just one day a year, is it?
Nope. OK, all right, well, look, it's Christmas Eve, so not long to go now until the big day.
Yes, yesterday Oxford Street was packed with last-minute shoppers, including us two. But today, supermarkets and other stores are preparing for those last-minute panic buyers.
Oh, grief. Well, look, joining us now for what's been trending among the shoppers is consumer expert Imogen Tinkler. Imogen, thank you very much. Happy Christmas Eve to you. I hope you're gearing up. Now, the least I expect from somebody who is going to come on national television and tell everybody what's been trending is that you have done all your Christmas shopping, Imogen, have you?
I have. I had a slight last-minute panic when Father Christmas's list got changed, which is never helpful. and an ambulance was requested as her chief present, so...
Oh, well, funny you should mention Father Christmas, actually, because we're going to be tracking Santa a little bit later on, aren't we? But
yes, I'm excited for that. Where is he?
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. But, OK, go on. So what's been trending? What have been some of the top buys this year for people? What's going to be in people's stockings?
Some of the top things this year have been Gabby's Doll's House has been huge. We've seen some of it coming back to the 90s with the Furbies coming back and with the Barbies. Yeah, Furbies. Do you remember the Furbies from the 90s?
Yeah.
Used to have to pet them and look after them, and often they'd be left with parents or grandparents to check that they were kept okay or woken up in the night. And of course, with the Barbie movie this year, that's been huge with the Barbie doll. That's sold out in some places, with the car that everybody wants. So it's been really popular. And I know in our Christmas puddings again this year have rocketed. And locally, I know in our Sainsbury's, they've been sold out since Wednesday, which was a shock. I know. I didn't expect that. They're normally some of the things that you can find near the end, aren't they? But and in stockings, there's so much excitement around. Trending socks, which you wouldn't expect to have come back in again. I know we all say we get fed up with them, but yeah, they've been really popular this year with different designs on, and the Brussels sprout's been there a lot. We've seen a lot of people with obviously with the Christmas jumpers, but this year with ones that are a bit horrendous. To ugly Christmas jumpers has been on trend. So it's been really exciting to see what people are out there and getting.
That's quite cool that these sort of older... when were Furbies around? 10 years ago or so? I remember them as a child even.
My grandma has still got my old Furby on top of a cabinet in her house. So it is actually quite a nice reminder of the past. But these things come around all the time.
Can I ask something, Imogen? My favourite ever Christmas present, I think, was a keyboard with a little microphone. Are musical instruments still doing well for kids, or have they gone off the...
Musical instruments are still popular. They haven't made the top 10 in most of them, but there's some amazing storybooks that people have them, and the guitars are out there and you see the children with them, but they're not normally in the top 10. I know at home I've got a harmonica and a guitar, and sometimes I wonder why I bought them, because they are played a lot by my 2-year-old more than the 6-year-old.
Yeah, I think the worst present my parents ever bought me, not for me, but for them, was a drum kit. Because that drum kit went missing, actually, remarkably. You can lose a drum kit. So that drum kit went missing after a few weeks, and I don't blame them as well. But there we go. But hopefully everybody's waking up to some lovely presents tomorrow. And what about in terms of budget and things? If anyone's like me out there, they leave it to the last minute and then you massively overspend to try and make up for it. I mean, there is a cost of living crisis at the moment, but people presumably have let rip if they can this Christmas, have they?
Yeah, well, we've found that people have started to go shopping much earlier this year. So they've started in October. It's up 9% on last year, with 45% of people, because of the crunch, starting in October, and they're researching a lot more where the bargains are, where the things are. But saying that, 12 million people are going to hit the shops today for Christmas Eve and be out there. 9.9 million on the high street, and then the rest online. Obviously, that's more for tickets and last-minute things that aren't going to get delivered. But yesterday was being called Super Saturday, because it's, again, people need to wait till they've been paid as well. So that's why some people think people have left it to the last minute. But if you're budgeting, you either are getting universal credit or different things on Friday, or you're getting paid, and so that's why then people are going out on the Saturday. And we've got the Sunday this weekend, which is a big difference. So yeah, that drives sales. It's not always because people are last minute, and I think it's important to remember that.
Good luck, everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, Imogen, as well. That's Imogen Tinkler there, who is a consumer expert.
Some people also are so well organised that they will use Boxing Day to buy the sales, to buy Christmas presents for the following year.
Yeah,
you get knock-off cards, knock-off wrapping paper, knock-off everything.
Yeah, I must say, I think, you know, when you see those people, they post those little pictures, don't they, about, like, oh, I did all my Christmas shopping, it's all wrapped up in October, and I just think, are you a robot? You know, where's the fun in that? The last-minute chaos of it all.
Cue all emails coming in saying, you know what, some people are just take care of things.
Look, we've had a couple. Just very quickly, just want to say thank you very much to Helen, who's been on already. Lovely to see you both together. Well, it's lovely to hear from you as well, Helen.
And Amanda, who was our first email of the day.
Yes, and now Amanda is making blueberry muffins for her entire family this morning, just to give them a bit of a Christmas Eve breakfast. Just want to reiterate, what are you doing with your family? Send the pictures in, OK? I've already had some wonderful dogs pictures. We'll go to those.
Have we?
Yeah, gbnews@gbnews.com. Are you travelling back for Christmas? What are you doing with your family? What's on your menu? But there we go. What's on our menu? Well, it's 6:16 now. And if you've just joined us, a little reminder of some of your top stories this morning.
Yes, the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year.
Meanwhile, in his annual address, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, will reiterate calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled, togetherness there. Former Defence Secretary Ben Wallace is calling for the government to send 4x4 cars from the ULEZ scrappage scheme to Ukraine for Christmas. In a tweet, Wallace said, "The power to do this is in Michael Gove and Mark Harper's hands. Let's all do this for New Year."
And millions of people are preparing to make their Christmas getaway. Travel disruption expected as high winds of up to 70 miles per hour in parts of the country. The AA has warned of lengthy jams of traffic, and there's problems on the rails too. Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday.
Well, war hero and one of Britain's most decorated veterans, Johnson Beharry VC, visited number 10 Downing Street this week to reflect on the amazing work that his foundation does to help young people turn their backs on gang culture and tackle knife crime head-on. Hear, hear.
Yes, GB News political editor Christopher Hope has more for us.
I'm here in Downing Street with Johnson Beharry VC, one of our most decorated veterans. Johnson Beharry, you've been today in 10 Downing Street. What were you doing there?
So I had a meeting today with a round table for the Johnson B. Harry VC Foundation today.
And what were you talking about? Your foundation works to deal with knife crime in schools and elsewhere.
So my foundation works with knife crime, drugs, and gangs. And the round table today, the idea was to build a brand, basically, to get more work done, bridging, working with other like-minded charities to have a bigger impact on the ground.
What more do you want the government to do to tackle knife crime amongst young people?
Well, I think we should focus on looking at the start of it. So getting into schools, probably at the age of 8, 9, 10, start educating them about knife crime, about county lines, grooming, and what to expect when you see someone you don't recognize.
What's your personal experience of knife crime with young people?
My personal experience, I mean, for me personally, I didn't grow up in this country, so I don't know much about the knife crime culture as a young person growing up in this country. Growing up in the Caribbean is completely different. The discipline is different. The lifestyle is different. But when I came to the UK in 1999, I ended up myself in gang, and a few years later, I walked away from the gang and drugs life and joined the military. 3 years later, I received the Victoria Cross for saving my comrades on the battlefield. So I wanted to do something positive with the platform I had. And I remember the people I left behind when I was on the street. It was young people who, they're not bad young people, but they just want to be part of something. And they just get drawn into the gang culture, and they believe that they cannot get out.
So you can show them your route out of where they are to what you did and the heroics you performed on the battlefield of this country.
Yes, if I could do it with my story, it would inspire young people to do something positive with their life.
What do they say to you when you say you've won a VC? Because there are very few veterans alive with Victoria Crosses. They're very, very rarely awarded for valour in this country. When you say to them, well, I won this medal, what do they say to you?
Well, you know, I never really tell anyone that I've been awarded the Victoria Cross. I do a presentation and I tend to forget to mention I have received. I always mention about saving my comrades, and at the end, I go, oh, I didn't tell them I received a Victoria Cross. But when I do, I need to explain to the young people what a Victoria Cross is. And then it really comes to light what it means to be awarded a Victoria Cross.
And Johnson Harry, you wear your heroism very modestly, but of course you're still serving right now, aren't you? So what are you now doing in the army?
So I'm a warrant officer in the British Army. The responsibility as a warrant officer is a lot and slightly different, but the MOD allow me to do my charity work, and applaud them for doing that, because my charity work, working in the community, really mean a lot to me, and it's a huge passion I have for changing lives.
Johnson, what's the name of your foundation and how can viewers find it?
So the name of my foundation is the Johnson B. Harry VC Foundation. We got a website, which is johnsonbharryvcfoundation.gov.uk. All the information for what we do is on the website, and feel free to sign up for the newsletter and get involved. Let's change lives.
And what's your message this Christmas to GB News viewers, Johnson Harry?
Thank you for what you have done so far to support the public, and most of all, let's not forget those who need us.
Well, Johnson Harry there, thank you for joining us today on GB News with a good message this time at Christmas. Back to you in the studio.
Oh, well, Christopher Hope there, our wonderful political editor, on the steps of Downing Street. And what a worthwhile cause as well. We're going to be hearing quite a lot from our veterans community today and tomorrow. And, yeah, anything that can be done, of course, to help them out, especially at this time of year, I think. But more people are starting to wake up now, Emily, aren't they?
Yes, lots of people are waking up. Wendy says her morning has started with a cup of tea and play fighting with Derek the cat.
There we go.
A rather sweet way to start your Christmas Eve morning, isn't it? And she says also, Happy Christmas to us.
Well, happy Christmas to all of you. What we really want throughout the course of this show, that we're going to be doing your politicians' messages, we're going to be doing your newspapers as well, so we'll keep you up to date with all of that. We're going to be tracking Santa a little bit later on. We don't think Santa's awake yet, so we're going to be tracking him with a live...
That's the best bit, isn't it? The best bit of Christmas, tracking Santa.
100%. Last-minute shopping tips. We've got all of this and your sport as well, but we really do want to hear from you. Christmas is a time for family. We want to hear from the GB News family. So gbviews@gbnews.com. What we want is, if you're travelling back, OK, send us pictures of your travel updates. Keep us updated. What is your family setup like? The calm before the storm.
And the animals, please. We're already being... we're inundated with images of lovely dogs, pets, cats, all sorts. Perhaps we'll get a hamster. Maybe. And Julie's written in. She said, today I'm making 12 bacon butties for breakfast for all 12 of her guests. So isn't that nice?
Can I come round? Please. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Anyway, well, look, we're going to give you a little bit of an update from the weather. I wonder if it's going to be a white Christmas for anyone.
Good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
And it wouldn't be Christmas, would it, without the chance to win £10,000 in cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers. You could be the winner of our very first Great British Getaway giveaway. Here's all the details of how you could make those prizes yours.
This week, we're launching the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to grab some amazing prizes and start your new year the right way. You could win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Imagine having all of that extra cash in your bank account. We'll also bring you bang up to date with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And we'll give you £500 worth of shopping vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. For your chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Well, there we go. What are you waiting for? What would you spend 10 grand on?
Well, perhaps a getaway, since I fluffed that line. A getaway, perhaps, to sunny Barbados. That's what our producer in my ear has said he'd spend it on anyway.
I'm lobbying to do a show live from Barbados. Anyway, so we're going to be showing some of your wonderful family pictures at the end of this hour. But before that, we're going to have all your latest sports updates with the wonderful Aidan McGee. Big night of boxing, big night for football. What's the future as well for Eric Ten Hag at my club, Manchester United? This is Christmas Eve breakfast right here on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christys and me, Emily Carver.
Well, it's time to go through all of the latest sports news now, and there's no better man to do this than broadcaster Aidan McGee, who's here with us now. You will not get the benefit of this at home, but he is the nicest smelling man in television.
He is.
Royal Oud.
Royal Oud.
Yeah, I won't say the perfume house.
No.
Because other ones, there are plenty are available, of course.
Absolutely.
But you're a big fan of these fragrances, I know that.
100%.
Well, there you go. There's a last-minute stocking filler.
There is, yes. So what's been going on? It's been a busy evening and a busy period coming up for sports, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's funny, actually, because the boxing wasn't covered in the papers because it happened so late overnight, early hours this morning. But I felt that Anthony Joshua, who's known to everybody all around the world, he needed a statement victory. He hasn't looked himself since the middle of 2019 when he was beaten comprehensively by the stand-in Andy Ruiz. Last night, I felt, although he wasn't fighting against a top elite opponent in Otto Wallin, he's still a very decent heavyweight, he looked very, very convincing. He won it within 5 rounds. He forced a stoppage. His Wallin's people pulled him out of the corner, out of the ring in just before the end of the 5th round, and he looked somewhere near himself. I don't know if it's the new level of coaching. He approached this match in the week. He was given one-word kind of monosyllabic answers. I've known Anthony Joshua for 10 years, and I would say that I've never known him like that. He looked uber-focused. He doesn't like the idea that he was accused over the last few years of being mentally fragile. Now, the quid pro quo here is that this is all leading to a fight against Deontay Wilder, who lost to Tyson Fury. But what happened to Deontay Wilder last night? He got beaten by Joseph Parker, Joseph Parker's somebody who's lost. He's a decent heavyweight as well, but he's lost to Joe Joyce, he's lost to Dillian Whyte, he's lost to Anthony Joshua. Those are his 3 defeats, and he managed to overcome Deontay Wilder last night, and that means that the big money fight between Joshua and Wilder that was due to happen in Saudi sometime next year is less likely to happen now because it's difficult to justify putting it on with Deontay Wilder having lost.
So that was a bit of a surprise, that one.
Without doubt, yeah, without doubt. And I think deep down Anthony Joshua would have been disappointed. He'd have been pleased in the fact that in the build-up, because they were all on the same card last night, in the build-up Wilder was saying that he viewed Anthony Joshua as mentally fragile. Well, he turned the tables last night, that's for sure.
Now, you mentioned heavyweights there, Aidan. Right, so before we get stuck into the Premier League action, I think if I was around at your house this year, I might return into a heavyweight. The return of Patrick Christys.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that.
And that's because you've got some delights lined up on your own menu, haven't you?
I have my own menu. I'm going to keep it a secret just for now because there'll be family members watching and they'll be going, oh, you know, what's on the menu? But we'll have them all tomorrow. But let's give you a little bit of a flavour, you know, if that's the right word. I think it is. But throughout the year, I've been working on various different soups. Soup is my speciality. One Wednesday in every month, I tend to go around to my brothers. I turn up on the doorstep around about 7:30, hoping all the family are in, and I cook for them all. So that's me doing pear and celeriac quite recently. There's my chef's hat there.
Pear and celeriac.
Delicious.
Yeah, pear and celeriac.
I've always wondered,
that's tomato and orange.
What is celeriac?
Celeriac is It's a root veg, but it's a kind of a celery feel to it, as implied in the word. That's tomato and orange. That's a recent meal I made. That's fillet steak with peppercorn sauce.
That's Michelin star.
Well, it is. I mean, I haven't got a certificate, but you know what I mean. And that's a fillet steak sandwich with a bit of parmesan on top and a bit of rocket there as well. And I'm really proud of that one. That went down a storm.
That's a steak sandwich, is it?
Right. Yes, it is.
So obviously we have to consider the radio listeners now.
Yes, we do.
All right, now I'm going to whiz through this, but basically, if you can picture the scene of a really, really nicely cooked steak with lashings of garnish and salad on it, and if you can picture a numpty in a hat stood over
my gloves.
some soup,
I've got my gloves on my shoulder.
stood over some bowls
I
of
was going to
soup.
say a very handsome chef.
Well, all right. Well, I'm glad, I'm glad I'm in the middle of you two. So let's go to the Premier League action, shall we? It's quite enough of that. Well, what's been happening in the Premier League?
Manchester United, I mean, I don't want to intrude on personal grief here, but that was a terrible performance yesterday at West Ham United. And I'll give you some stats here that are really going to make you upset. I don't want to... I know
Happy
it's
Christmas to you
but
too,
listen,
Aidan.
it's their most defeats, United, before Christmas since 1930. That's before the Second World War.
Oh, my goodness.
In that season, they finished bottom of the top division. They've scored 18 goals in 18 top-flight games this season, failing to score in 7 of those. They're the only team in the top half of the table to have a negative goal difference. United have failed to score in 4 successive games in all competitions for the first time since November 1992 under Sir Alex Ferguson. I will say that season was a slight anomaly because they ended up as champions.
Aidan, are Manchester United's international fans sticking with them?
Yeah, the international fans probably are, because it's a massive club. Their success on the pitch doesn't affect the bottom line. That's why the Glazers want to hold on to the club. But having said that, this has been a dreadful, dreadful season. I don't think Erik ten Hag is going to last much beyond Christmas, especially when Ineos get their feet under the table and start taking control of football operations. A friend of mine reported last week that he'd lost the dressing room. He'd lost half of the dressing room, 8 players in the dressing room. He was banned from Manchester United. In fact, his company, the channel he's representing, was banned from the channel. If you're a seriously big club, Patrick, criticism from the media is water off a duck's back. To get so sensitive by banning journalists is a sign that you're losing the plot. He'll be gone the new year, I'm absolutely certain of that.
Let's just have a little whiz through to Arsenal now, because they are...
Christmas number 1.
Top of the tree.
They are indeed, yes. So, look, let's put it in context here. Liverpool haven't lost at home in front of a crowd. The fact that it's only happened once in the last 4 years, I think it is. So they lost a few times during COVID. The crowd was a big factor. In fact, Jurgen Klopp issued a rallying cry beforehand that he wanted them behind the players before the game happened. But it was 1-1. They took the lead, Arsenal, after 4 minutes with a goal by Gabriel. There are a couple of VAR controversies, one for Liverpool, one for Arsenal, rather. But the bottom line is that Arsenal haven't won at Anfield since 2012. They struggle there all the time. They blew a 2-0 lead last season and drew 2-2. So they'll be really happy going into Christmas as number 1. Having said that, you look at the weekend in totality, you'd have to say Manchester City are the real winners. Not only did they win the FIFA World Club Cup in Saudi on Friday evening, but Aston Villa failed to win at home to Sheffield United. Arsenal and Liverpool cancelled each other out yesterday at Anfield. It will give them a glimmer of hope going into the new year that City can recover that deficit and make it 6 Premier League titles out of 7.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot more to talk to you about over the course of the show. There's a lot of sporting action due to take place. And, of course, a big talking point as well was the first female referee. So all of that still to come later on with the wonderful...
It's on the menu.
It's on the menu.
Did she do a good job?
She did. Well, let's cover it next. She did. But let's expand.
We'll dig into it.
We'll expand it, a bit like my waistline.
Absolutely not. Coming up, we've got the headline makers with Stephanie Tucci and James Heal. Looking forward to that. This is GB News.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to Christmas Eve breakfast on GB News with me, Patrick Christys, and Emily Carver. Let's take a little look, shall we, at some of your newspaper front pages.
Yes, the Mail on Sunday leads with King Charles using his Christmas address to emphasise environmental preservation.
Oh, gosh. The Sunday Times reports on the NHS chairman's concerns over the doctors' strikes.
The Sunday Telegraph leads with Lord David Cameron vowing to take a tough line on Tehran meddling in the Middle East.
The Observer reports on 2 former health secretaries joining the growing demands to legalise assisted dying. That's really gathering a lot of traction.
And the Sunday Express reports on Chancellor Jeremy Hunt assuring that Britain is on the road to prosperity.
Oh, that's nice. We can stop worrying now, can't we? If Jeremy Hunt said it, then that's it. That's it. A happy year ahead, everybody. Well, joining us now to go through some of the day's headlines is political correspondent for The Spectator magazine, it's James Heal, and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tachi. Thank you very much, both of you.
Good morning, guys.
I don't know if we can bring it... I mean, the outfit on display here to the left is absolutely remarkable. There we go.
I feel sorry for the viewers at home. I look like a walking, talking Christmas tree, but
you're like a bauble.
I can get away with it once a year. This is the day for the outfit.
It's wonderful. James, you've not dressed up.
No, I feel like a proper Grinch next to Stephanie. Somewhat underdressed, perhaps.
Oh, well, you've got us in the middle to buff you. So there you go.
No, well, look, what should we start with? So there's a story here that I've got at the top of the list, I think, from the Telegraph Online. James.
Yes, well, this is about, you know, Christmas Eve, if you will, pro-Palestine protesters disrupting Oxford Street Christmas shoppers. This is amid the call to boycott so-called pro-Israel brands. And I think what's really given the story legs is how the Metropolitan Police responded to it in their statement, claiming that Oxford Street wasn't shut down. Well, actually, several shops did have to close their doors at a time when, of course, lots of people were going out and shopping. And I think this comes at a time when, you know, obviously there's no sign of the conflict coming to an end in Israel-Palestine anytime soon. And the question is, how many more weeks, etc., is London going to suffer this in the middle of the protests? And I think there's a legitimate question around, you can have right to protest, etc., but also there's a right to, you know, free movement of goods in terms of going to shops, buying, etc. People ought to be able to go and buy things at Christmas time.
What do you think about the whole police on Twitter thing?
Oh, God.
Because they release these statements and it just invites huge amounts of comment. Negative comment, positive comment, controversies. It seems a bit naff.
What I really like is how the tone shifts. So sometimes you get these quite defensive, quite prickly ones.
Sometimes.
Quite snappy. And I feel like sort of there's almost a kind of, you know, a sort of smorgasbord of them in the Metropolitan newsroom wrestling over who gets control of the Twitter account, over who gets to post what, X, Y, Z. And I think that's quite jarring, really. I think they could have easily have said, this happened, this happened, this happened, in a very factual, clear way, rather than saying, well, there was no, and sort of lashing out at the media. I mean, I think it's fair comment to say parts of Oxford Street were shut down if shops did have to close.
It's weird to think that the Met Police have a social media manager, but they must do.
I just thought, you know, we were doing a bit of our Christmas shopping there yesterday. I don't know how you've been getting on with yours, but we missed that. So we got there early. It's the only time in my life I've ever been at a shop before it's open.
Yeah,
we were
5
waiting
minutes early.
outside. But I suppose question marks as to whether or not, you know, 2 days before Christmas, whether it should have been allowed.
Gosh, you know what? It's very much been a year of protests, so these protesters are always going to hit retailers where it hurts. But I feel sorry for Zara because they are being mistakenly targeted here, Patrick, because this advert they're talking about, it came before the war even started with Hamas and Israel, so they are boycotting Zara for no reasons when they haven't done anything wrong. And again, it's like, what are you trying to achieve here? Because you're putting out the wrong message here. You know, you're not actually affecting or supporting your cause in the right way, I think, personally.
So you think it's a bit like the M&S advert that was criticised for the hats that happened to look like the Palestinian flag?
I think people just want something to get annoyed about. They want to be sensitive over no reason, you know?
Stephanie, I'll stick with you on this one now. So this is on the front of The Observer. It's gathering a lot of traction. I know that the Daily Express have been doing a heck of a lot with this as well. It's about assisted dying. Now, former health chief joins calls for new law. It's in the wake of Esther Ranson's plea, I suppose. What's going on here?
Well, you know, we've had two former health secretaries, Stephen Dornell and Alan Milburn, who've come out now and they're pushing for government to make a new vote about assisted dying, whether it's something that's going to be up for debate, I can see now, for next year. Even more importantly, it's something that's going to have to feature in people's election manifestos. And it's one of those topics now, especially as you've got someone high profile as Esther Ranson talking about considering assisted dying. I think she's kind of struck a match now where people actually are going to start thinking whether this should be a legal option in this country. And I think it's one of those things where it's a hard topic to talk about. But clearly, it's not something that's going to be brushed underneath the carpet. And, you know...
Patrick spoke to Esther Ranson's daughter, didn't
to her
you?
daughter. I did. She was very conflicted about it initially, that's fair to say, for the obvious reason. There's also the risk that if you don't essentially wrestle a relative off a plane to Zurich, that you can then potentially get a knock on the door from the police, which seems a bit ridiculous. I'm very conflicted about it, but I think we know in the year to come this is going to be a story that's dominating a lot of the political agenda. James, talking to somebody who's been dominating the political agenda recently as well, this is the Sunday Times, and NHS chairman, doctor strikes make me fear for patients.
Yeah, so this is an interview done by the head of NHS England, Richard Medding, and the sort of way in which they set it up is by saying that his wife broke her ankle earlier this year and then she had to wait sort of 12 hours in NHS overnight, to give an example of how it's affecting everyone. Look, there are 6.4 million people in this country waiting for 7.7 appointments. We know there's a huge kind of waiting list, etc. And the sort of nub to all this is the strikes which are going to go on next week. We're going to see junior doctors go on strike. As Richard Medding makes clear in the interview, there have been 40 days of strike action throughout this year, 30 of them by junior doctors. And problem is they're going to exacerbate the issues around sort of service provision. And, of course, people who have long-term conditions, which normally would get them diagnosed, will do what they did during COVID. And so rather than going to a hospital next week because of all the strike action and they want to wait, they will then put those off, meaning that further down the line we're going to see more and more issues with the NHS and health outcomes.
Yeah, Stephanie, a lot of us won't realise, if we don't have to use the NHS at a specific moment, just how bad it has got with the strike action. But if you do need the NHS, you are going to be very worried.
Well, I think a lot of people, Emily, are taking their health into their own hands. We've now got this generation of Google doctors where, even for myself, if I have a problem, I think to myself, I'm not going to go to the NHS because I know, A, I can't get an appointment, or B, they're either on strike. So you are getting a lot of things where people are just trying to help themselves or diagnose themselves, which, again, I think is going to lead to a bigger health crisis down the road. And how many more strikes do we need? It's like they really need to come to the table and think, how do we resolve this now?
I mean, I have massive sympathy for health workers. They do literally save lives, OK? And, you know, by and large, they are heroes. I think the timing of the strikes is poor. And I think that it's inevitably the most vulnerable people in society who end up suffering as a result. And that is a real shame, borderline unforgivable. But if we're losing people to Australia, etc., we've got to respond to market forces.
Do you know what? I think there are probably quite a lot of junior doctors who don't agree with the strike action, but a huge amount of pressure from the BMA and from some of the more militant activists within the NHS. I do think not all of those doctors will have been, you know, accepting of this.
I'm looking forward to talking to you about this particular one, which is the eco-activist King and his Green Christmas Day message. So King Charles is going to use his Christmas broadcast tomorrow to deliver a powerful message about the environment. Stephanie, you're name's next this one. We'll kick it off with you and then we'll go to James.
I
Go on.
think always with the Christmas speech, it always hits me that the Queen's gone, because the Queen always nailed the Christmas speech. And it was well-rounded. And then now we're into our second Christmas speech with the King. And obviously he's a green-fingered king. He's about his sustainability.
Not sausage-fingered.
No.
Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
And that is what that is going to be his, main agenda in this speech tomorrow. That's what we're hearing. He's going to be talking about sustainability, being pro the environment, and to be honest, he's got all the touches of eco-friendliness in this speech. He's going to deliver it in front of Buckingham Palace and in front of a living Christmas tree, so he hasn't gone for a plastic one.
No.
And also, he's gone for biodegradable baubles as well.
Oh, well, there you go. Biodegradable baubles. Have you got those?
Well, in our family, we've actually got the same baubles we had during, like, the 1950s and 60s. So
well, that's truly sustainable.
I mean, that maybe says more about us and our sort of archaic tastes in our family.
Do you mind a bit of environment, eco-activism in a speech from the King? Because that doesn't necessarily have to be political unless he starts commenting on, ULEZ policy or something.
We live in hope. But I think you're right, Emily. It's a balancing act, isn't it? I don't see an issue with someone, buying a Christmas tree which they can then replant in the soil, or, talking about conservation, etc.
Yeah.
It's when it goes into party politics, etc. So I think perhaps after the experience with the Elgin Marbles tie, the King will wisely refrain from that.
Now, this is good. I find it difficult often, I know you do as well, because a lot of the news can be very negative, and also that can be news that generates controversy, so it goes without saying that it is the kind of thing that people end up talking about a lot. But I think one of the
You always shy away from controversy, don't you? He doesn't like it.
I don't like it, no. Just a nice, easy day at the office. But one of the reasons why GB News was really set up, I think, was to try to bang a positive drum for Britain in a way that you don't necessarily get elsewhere. And this is actually words, James, echoed by Jeremy Hunt, who's blasting the economic Scrooges, trying to talk Britain down. We are at a golden dawn, are we?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't perhaps go that far. I'm not that drunk on the Christmas sherry yet. But obviously, you would expect the Chancellor to talk about the positive success of the government. That being said, I think, for instance, when you look at, say, the last 13 years, since 2010, Britain has had more UK GDP growth, according to the IMF, than, say, Germany or the Eurozone, etc. I do think sometimes, as Orwell wrote about, we can have a country as sort of our intellectual elites to sort of talk us down a bit. And I suppose Hunt's argument in this piece, he's written for The Express, is that basically earnings are now outstripping inflation for the first time. So I think the most recent data said inflation was now at 3.9%. Earnings are at 7.3%, so they're going up. And the hope is that people will start to feel that effect coming through in the new year, and maybe we'll be out the worst of the post-COVID inflationary spiral.
He's a bit of a Scrooge, though, isn't he?
I think he is. He's been Scrooge all year long, and I think until people actually feel the effects of this so-called prosperity, we're all feeling pretty negative at the moment. We've lived through COVID, we're living through a cost of living crisis, we're living through inflation, even though the numbers are good this week. But again, it's like, why should people feel, positive before actually we're feeling this so-called prosperity?
You know what I feel positive about? Right? Christmas dinner. Christmas dinner. I feel incredibly positive about Christmas dinner. I've always been a massive fan of it. We do want your pictures. Very shortly, we're going to be getting the first round of pictures from our wonderful GB News viewers, gbviews@gbnews.com. What are you doing with your family, OK? And are you travelling back for Christmas? But, Stephanie, we've just got time to squeeze in something here. And there's a reason why I mentioned Christmas dinner, isn't there?
Yes, you eat your 5 a day, Patrick, of veggies.
You know me. Absolutely, yes.
5 cheeses.
Well, tomorrow when everyone's tucking into their Christmas dinner, a big part of the plate will be dedicated to vegetables. And I loved this piece in the Mail because it was actually asking where all these kind of vegetables come from. Like Brussels, of course, no surprise there. It comes from Brussels, but it originated about 7,000 years ago. And it didn't actually make its entry onto the British Christmas plate until the early 20th century.
Goodness me.
And it's like carrots. People think it's a nod to the House of Orange in Holland, but it's actually originated from southern Europe. So when we're eating our veggies tomorrow, we are having a multinational veggie plate.
An international plate of food. There we go.
Oh, it's the roast potatoes for me.
For me, well, I enjoyed learning about the carrots and the fact that actually in World War II, people thought that to disguise our secret of radar, we were able to pretend that carrots improved your eyesight.
Good stuff. Well, there we go. We'll hear more from you later on. Thank you very much. Off to a wonderful
Stephanie
start.
Tetchy and James Hill, of course.
Indeed. Well, Christmas can be a particularly lonely time for some people, and it's important to have a little nod to them as well. We are, of course, here for you, so thank you everyone who's tuning in and listening in. But to help ease some of this loneliness, a charity in London is providing early Christmas dinners for older members of the community.
Oh, London reporter Lisa Hartle has the story.
Christmas is a wonderful time for many people, but for others, it's an incredibly difficult period. Research by Age UK found that 2.3 million older people wish they had someone to spend time with at Christmas. This community centre in North London supports people from one of the most deprived areas in the country. Over 2 days, they're dishing up around 150 Christmas dinners.
So it's our biggest event, really, for our older members, because they love Christmas lunch, coming together, and for some people it's the only chance they have to be with lots of other people. You know, some of them live on their own, very lonely, so it's a lovely event to come out to and be with others and share Christmas. But this ward is one of the most deprived in the UK, with a lot of poverty and lots of vulnerable people living nearby, because we still run a food bank, which is more demand than ever, which we started during COVID, and we're still running.
Many of the guests come to the centre at least once a week, mainly to socialise, including former SAS captain John Nixon.
The number of people that are here that are my friends, and they regard me as a special friend, so it's a mutual kind of combination, really. Community spirit as well, apart from the very good lunches, of course.
Well, it's getting together with other people and getting a lovely hot dinner being given by Queen's Crescent Community Centre.
It's lovely. I mean, people will tell you that. The more you go around the tables and talk to people, people will say, well, I came and I stayed. I came for advice, but I stayed. Because that's what it does. It opens its doors up, allows you to come in from the cold. Even if there's no one around, you can just sit in here and have a cup of tea. And someone will say, are you okay, mate?
Funding the centre is one of the oldest charities in the UK, the 900-year-old City Bridge Foundation.
We've been involved with them since about 2009, and our recent grant helping them through the pandemic is just focusing on bringing people together, especially older people, the young and families. And we've seen them reach out to nearly 3,000 people in the community, and they really are a vital part of Gospel Oak now. Today's lunch is for older people because Christmas is a difficult time. It can be quite lonely and isolating for older people, and it's a great thing to bring them together in an event like today.
The festive period can magnify how alone people feel, which is why services like this are so important. Lisa Hartle, GB News, London.
And we've been asking you to get in touch with your Christmas Eve picks and pets this morning. Here's a few of our favourites so far.
Right, who have we got? This is Mr. Finn from North Yorkshire. I'm not sure if the dog's called Mr. Finn or whether that's the person who sent it in. Wishing everyone a happy Christmas. Well, right back at you.
I think it's the dog, isn't it? And Amanda says, this is the best Christmas present to myself. His name is Sid. This is Sid. He's a gorgeous cockapoo. I've got a cockapoo too called Bob.
Yes, Bob made an appearance on television once. But anyway, this is Steve's dog, Tess. Oh, my old dog was called Tess. Looking very festive this morning. So we are loving all the pictures of pets.
He's got a bow tie.
Yeah, we are loving all the pictures of pets. Can I also just say we would like pictures of some of the recipes that you're whipping up in your kitchen at the moment, and as well as, you know, what you're doing with your families if you're travelling back. Can I just give a little shout out?
Go on.
To Andrew. So Andrew's been in touch to say that his girls Lucy and Olivia have just heard say that Santa is currently asleep and they're very excited. Well, Lucy and Olivia, absolutely, Santa is currently sleeping, but we'll be doing the live Santa tracker later on in the show, and
yes,
I'm sure they'll be popping down your chimney at some point this evening.
And do we have Steve's dog Tess looking festive this
Tess.
morning? Oh, that was Tess. Oh, I'm so sorry. We've already seen Tess. Maybe we'll see her again
That's that gallery of mutts that we had there.
Gallery of mutts.
Anyway.
Do you know what? Betty's just emailed in and she's been very busy in the kitchen. She's been making 2 rhubarb crumbles, she's been making 2 light fruit cakes, she's got lots of family, and she's had to make wheat-free as well.
Well, we've got loads coming your way, OK, so make sure you stay tuned and we'll have a couple of Christmas messages from our political leaders and the shopping rush. I'll see you after the weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on the 24th of December. It's Christmas Eve on GB News with Patrick Christys and me, Emily Carver. Today, the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year.
Meanwhile, in his annual address, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer will reiterate calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled.
And Reform UK will stand candidates in every seat at next year's general election.
Well, we will have Richard Tice, the leader of Reform UK, on later in the show, but he could split the Conservative vote, pave the path for a Labour victory.
Yeah, and as millions of passengers go on their Christmas getaway, travel disruption is expected. High winds of up to 70 miles per hour.
Good luck, everybody who's trying to make it back today. Meanwhile, the AA has warned of lengthy jams, and Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday.
And it's the Great British Crunch. Thousands of families are still out shopping for last-minute gifts. Are you one of them? Send us an email, gbviews@gbnews.com. Who have you forgotten?
Who have you forgotten? That is an email of a load of blokes there getting in touch. But a truly green Christmas. King Charles will address the nation on Christmas Day from Buckingham Palace for the second time. But it will be the first time a living tree will appear in the backdrop, apparently.
And sustainable baubles, apparently.
Sustainable baubles. King Charles is sustainable baubles. There we go. Now, Aidan McGee is here with your sport.
Yes, indeed. History was made yesterday in English football as a female referee took charge of a Premier League match for the first time ever. We'll be reflecting on how she got on.
Well, cracking stuff, Aidan, and it's funny you should say that because this story as well, stay tuned to find out about the bloke who travelled 4,000 miles just to throw an egg at the GB News office.
Well, it's a happy egg. He must be a fan.
He must be a fan. I love how positive you are about this. I mean, look, hey, there you go. And we are, of course, calling in for all of your emails. But before we get to
no
those...
eggs, please. No eggs.
Before we get to those, it's Ellie Glazer with your weather.
There's further wet and windy weather on their way with some snow across Scotland for Christmas. Join me later for the full forecast with all the details.
Yes, I am Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is Christmas Eve Breakfast on GB News.
Yes, welcome along, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here on Christmas Eve Breakfast. And this is a family here at GB News, and we want to see a bit of your family as well. So make sure that you keep those emails coming in, gbviews@gbnews.com. What's your family doing this Christmas Eve? Are you travelling back to see them? There are some absolutely brilliant emails in there, and we'll keep those pictures coming as well. But after what has seemed like a very long and difficult year in politics, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, as well as the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, they're both going to deliver their Christmas speeches to the nation. We'll bring them to you when we get them.
What will they say? They're expected to reflect on the year as well as their ambitions for 2024.
But one thing that will be on many people's minds as well is, of course, that war between Israel and Hamas, but crucially, how it affects us here in the UK.
Yes, yesterday, hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters took to central London's Oxford Street, Regent Street and Carnaby Street, basically the biggest shopping streets in London.
On one of the busiest shopping days of the year. And the demonstrations were calling for Christmas shoppers to boycott against so-called pro-Israel brands.
Yes, so that meant fashion giant Zara was among their targets, forcing security guards to block 2 stores.
Police say there were no arrests. Now, the police have caused a heck of a lot of controversy here, as, let's be honest, has been happening quite a lot with some of these protests, because, well, they let it happen, OK, and then they said, you know, it was a largely peaceful protest and that Oxford Street wasn't really shut down. But here to discuss all things political as well as what we've just spoken about there is political commentator Dr John Coulter. John, welcome back to the show. I hope you're still having a wonderful Christmas Eve where you are in Northern Ireland. Christmas shopping, firstly, have you done it all, actually?
Yes, I've got all my Christmas shopping done from that point of view. Certainly, and I take the easy way out after 34 years of marriage. I get my wife to make me a list of what she would like. I go out and get it. And on some occasions, I'm very lazy. I take her to the shops and I say, here's my credit card, go in and get what you want, and that keeps me happy. Happy life, happy wife.
Excellent. I've just been sent a message, actually, on Twitter of a man who's bought his wife an ironing board for Christmas. So I don't think that's...
And later in the show, we'll be talking to a divorce lawyer.
But, John, let's get to some of the politics, because we were just talking about the protests on Oxford Street. Do you think the police have got the policing of these protests right over the successive weeks, really? How many weeks has it been? Sort of 8 weeks, 6 weeks?
Well, whilst I support democratic process of protesting, that's an attribute of any Western democratic society, we've got to see where this deteriorates into intimidation of shoppers, intimidation of traders. And at some point or other, there is the big danger that these protests could be hijacked by extremists. I mean, these protests at the present minute, whenever we compare them to the Just Stop Oil and the ridiculous nature that they're getting on, The big danger is, A, that ordinary people just walk away from these protests. And I'm speaking from experience in Northern Ireland, where street protests were something of a norm there. And people, the ordinary decent people, started to walk away from the various protests. And at some point or other, the people who believe in using violence, and let's not forget, one of the contributors to this Middle East crisis is Hamas, a known terrorist organization that believes in using violence. Is there the danger that some of the protesters who support Hamas will copy their masters over in the Middle East and turn what is peaceful democratic protest into some sort of riot? That's where we need the police to come down with an iron fist.
Well, we saw a huge amount of controversy when these protests were taking place over Remembrance Weekend. We were a couple of days away from Christmas when they were taking place yesterday. Emily and I were on Oxford Street doing a little bit of last-minute Christmas shopping. We got there early and we saw it on Twitter, didn't we, when we got home?
Yeah.
And we said, you know, thank God we didn't see that, because actually it really would have made us quite angry, I think. And you don't want that in the run-up to Christmas, should the police have actually allowed it to happen. But, John, can I talk to you a little bit about what we're expecting from our political leaders? Because later on, I think maybe this hour, maybe the start of the next, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to be hearing from Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, definitely. What kind of things are we expecting to hear from in their Christmas message, do you think, Dr. John?
Well, I don't think if we use the nativity language that we're going to get the three wise men who visited the baby Jesus bringing his gold, frankincense and myrrh politically. Basically, given the homeless crisis, given the crisis throughout the globe, given the crisis in terms of cost of living, given the low pay that there is for workers, I think what we need to hear is positive action from our leaders, because given the hints that are coming through as to what is in the Christmas messages, or maybe in the Christmas messages from Sunak, Starmer and Hamza, it's more like the starting gun on the next election and sure support within their parties, rather than doing something positive to help the community.
And John, what are you hoping for Northern Ireland next year?
Well, for Northern Ireland, there's a couple of things that I would like to see Santa bring us. First of all, we need a devolved government back in place. We've been without a devolved government for many, many months. So there's got to be some agreement that Stormont comes back. And I think that Stormont needs to come back with the powers to adjust the Windsor framework, because that's been the big bugbear down the Irish Sea border. The other thing is, you'll probably be aware that the Irish government is now starting to poke its nose in terms of the legacy legislation. Basically, the British government, we would like to see the British government tell Dublin, butt out. This is part of the United Kingdom. You have no part in this part of the United Kingdom. You've got your own problems in your own country. Sort out your own problems first, given the Dublin riots. To use a good script verse, take the beam out of your own eye before you start taking the mote out of somebody else's.
Well, Dr. John, it's incredibly strong, that. And I want to know, though, what time does the first Christmas drink get uncorked in the Dr. John Coulter household on Christmas Day, all right? So, tomorrow, because this is a discussion we're going to be having later on. We're also going to be chatting to people about whether or not it's really a Christmas dinner without the turkey.
Yeah, we are.
And a load of stuff. But come on, just give us an insight into Christmas at the Coulter household.
OK, well, I have to confess I'm a teetotaler.
Oh,
so there
good lad.
Any alcohol across my lips. So from that point of view, yes, soft drinks are taken from that aspect. And also as well, there's the Christmas morning services. I have to say, look, I'm coming at 65, God willing, in my next birthday. I still have an Advent calendar, and I don't care what age anyone is. Open your Advent calendar. Also as well, we're at the peak of the Nativity. I am very proud to say I was a reindeer in this year's church nativity, although I can't find that in the Bible, but I'm sure some theologian will tell me. As for the rest of Christmas Day, it would be church services, listen to the King's speech, dinner, hopefully a James Bond film somewhere, and I'm definitely going to the beach to walk along the beach because I'm fed up with relatives who are living in sunny parts of the globe, sending me photographs of them on the beach. Although perhaps it would be very bad, me and my budgie snugglers running across Castle. I think
Goodness me.
Well, sending your pictures, John. Send them in. gbviews@gbnews.com and possibly from behind, though. Maybe.
Yes, we may or may not show them, but it will make us laugh.
Thank you
very much indeed, political commentator Dr. John Coulter. Have a fabulous Christmas. Sounds like he has a very festive one.
Well, it certainly does, yes. We are going to be showing you tomorrow some of Emily and I's Christmas nativity pictures as well. I was shock horror the narrator for 3 years in a row.
Well, I had more of a starring role, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I think it's certainly
We're going to show those, so please do send any pictures of nativity plays, maybe your children, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, even. We'd love to see them. Now, it's Christmas Eve, of course, so it's not long to go until the big day.
Well, yesterday, Oxford Street was, of course, packed with last-minute shoppers, but today, supermarkets, other stores, they're all preparing for those last-minute panic buyers. And joining us now to tell us some of the trends this year. So, look, if you are struggling, you're at a complete loss, it's too late to get it delivered, so you're screwed. There. So you're going to have to go out and buy stuff. What's on trend? Well, it is the great expert here of all things consumer. It's Imogen at Tinkler. Imogen, great to see you. Thank you very, very much. Now, what's going to be in people's stockings tomorrow?
In people's stockings, it's always surprising, but socks come up there really high, and they've been really on trend this year with the Brussels sprout ones. Also, Christmas jumpers. They've been big every year, but this year Marmite's brought out one, Pot Noodles brought out one, Coleman Mustard's brought out one, which has been huge. And
Greggs has one.
Alcohol. Pardon?
Greggs has one.
Greggs has one. I mean, it's amazing to see, and Aldi and Lidl has them. It's brilliant. I love seeing them and that excitement that it creates. And the other thing that's been really big this year in stockings is rum. They'd said rum's been coming in on trend for a long time, but this year it's done it. And the M&S, have you seen the Christmas snow globe that they have that lights up? They've sold out of it in so many places that they're selling them empty ones now on eBay, which is shocking.
Now, some of the men in our lives often, either leave it to the last minute, or they get it completely wrong, or there is absolutely no surprise because they just ask, their wife, girlfriend, daughter what they want, so to take away that element of surprise, but just so they don't buy something rubbish.
Look, I've apologised about all of that. I've apologised.
What are some of the worst presents for women that sometimes, or the best presents? Should we go for the best presents?
Women still really like to have perfume. It's something that you don't always buy for yourself. It's one of the most popular things, but it's making sure you get the right brand and not just one that they don't wear, because then you're stuck with it for the year. Clothes have been really popular this year, and people have been buying vouchers, but people like to buy their own clothes, so that's a bit difficult as well. So it is asking those questions, but sustainability's been up there, so something really meaningful that people want for their homes.
Absolutely. And yes, I mean, I think this was the first year ever that we decided that we knew what each other wanted, and they were quite important purchases. So we actually went and picked them together, didn't we? Which kind of sucks the kind of surprise out of it.
I've got a surprise for you, though, tomorrow. On this show, you will be opening a gift from me, so I hope you've got one too.
OK, well, Imogen, I really do need your top tips now, then, for potential last-minute buys. What should panicked men be getting their missuses, do you think?
What should panicked men be going at? I would say looking at perfume, seeing what's there, some jewellery, and something for themselves. People really like beauty still, and think like spa to take time, or get them something that you can go and do together. I think one of the things, we haven't been able to go out as much in the last few years, and people really want to spend time together. So being able to go and do something fun, like a concert ticket, then you don't even have to leave your house.
All right.
But then it's a present for you too, isn't it?
It is, which is my kind of gift. OK, Imogen, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas with you and yours, and great to see you. That's Imogen Tinkler there, who is a consumer expert.
Yes, now the Great Christmas Getaway is truly well underway. The AA says it's been the busiest day of the pre-Christmas period, as travellers have been facing delays by road and rail. Train passengers are dealing with cancellations.
Oh, gosh, good luck to everybody who's trying to get back today. There's also been train delays. London's King Cross, Paddington stations, they're closed for engineering works at this time of year. Look, joining us to talk all things disruption is the travel expert, Sally Gethin. Good morning to you, Sally. I'm pleased to see that you've managed to transport yourself to your laptop so that you can talk to us down the line today. A little bit of Christmas glamour going on behind you there, I think, as well. What's going on with the travel chaos today, then?
Yeah, so, well, this is always the peak time, like you said, but what makes it a much more of a Grinch type of travel experience is when stations opt to close over Christmas. So Paddington and King's Cross are not operating any mainline services today. So that means if you didn't travel yesterday, you are stuck. And with Paddington, no service at all to South Wales, West Wales, through to after Boxing Day, the 28th of December. And also, even if you're trying to get away by air, the problem is getting to the airport. So, for example, Heathrow, there aren't any mainline trains going there. There's no Heathrow Express. So it's all those pesky little pieces of your journey that you'd normally take for granted that are disrupted this Christmas.
It's a bit of a messy picture. Now, Sally, most people still do drive. How are the roads looking? Have most people already got to their destinations for Christmas, or will today be a super busy day too?
Well, the AA and the RAC were warning of mega congestion and rush with travel and road travel, around 16 million passengers per day. Now, the peak time is yesterday mainly, but today, of course, there's many people make that last-dash effort. And what's going to disrupt some of those roads is high winds, up to 70 miles an hour in places expected across the UK. So be careful, be aware that some bridges may shut or there will be delays. And in fact, driving associations are warning against car drivers driving too close to high-sided vehicles on the roads. And don't forget, you've got to think about those stopping distances when you're driving as well. So the M25 is expected to be extremely busy today, but also further north, there can also be problems. And I wanted to also say that Northern Railway is advising passengers in the northwest not to travel at all on the trains today.
Not to travel at all on trains. It does annoy me a little bit, this, you know, especially when they close stations. Yeah, strike action's one thing, and then you think, good grief, you know, people really are desperate to get back and see their loved ones. And work commitments don't... Not everyone can go and take time off work. They go, oh, you should have travelled sooner. Well, not if you've got a job that doesn't let you do that, for goodness sake, you know. But we're going to have to leave it there for now, Sally. But thank you very, very much. Tremendous to have you on the show. And I really do hope that you have a wonderful, lovely Christmas with everyone close to you. Keep the emails coming in as well. We've had Christmas messages here from Les, who's in Zimbabwe, whose 63rd birthday it is today. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Happy birthday.
Happy Christmas, happy birthday, happy everything.
Happy everything.
A little bit later on, we're going to be showing some pictures from your wonderful families. They've been flooding in. So what's on the menu this morning for you? What are you doing with your families? GBViews at gbnews.com.
Yes, we've got emails from Australia, the States, Zimbabwe. Excellent. We're going global. Now, the 97-year-old war veteran, Harry Birdsall, will be waking up in his own bed on Christmas morning for the first time in 4 years after the Royal British Legion funded a stairlift for him.
Yes, hear, hear. Now, before this, Harry was unable to get to his bedroom due to mobility problems, and he was sleeping in a chair in the lounge. Well, look, we warn you, there are some images that viewers may find distressing, but of course there is an uplifting message here as well. Anna Riley has the story.
World War II veteran Harry Birdsall loves to play a tune and used music as a way to recover from his ordeal in the army. He was called up as a driver in the Service Corps in 1944, just 3 months before D-Day. Only a teenager, Harry saw the horrors of war whilst evacuating prisoners from the Belsen concentration camp.
Belsen concentration camp were terrible, and all the inmates were there. And I should say, if anybody weighed over 6 stone, they were big. They were just skeletons, and they'd all been checked out with medical, and it was our job to take them back to Poland. But what upset me mainly was they were dying back at my vehicle, you know, pulling dead bodies out, and that, I was only 19, and I thought, it's terrible this, because I was youngest in my platoon, but I gradually got over that, and I'm one of the few remaining reminders, you know, of it all.
To honour his service and support his mobility, the Royal British Legion have funded a stair lift for 97-year-old Harry. Now he'll be able to spend the first Christmas in 4 years sleeping in his own bed.
It's made a really big difference to him. It's kept him independent. He's been in this house for 60-odd years, and that was our aim, was to keep him in this house and keep him with his independence. It's massive that he's able to get up the stairs and get in his own bed. My dad's a veteran as well. I mean, he served 22 years in the parachute regiment, so it's very close to my heart that we help veterans, especially veterans like Harry.
For Harry's son Nigel, getting his dad's independence back is the best Christmas gift he could wish for.
He's got his life back, he's got his house back as well. It's the best Christmas present he's probably had. D-Day and VE Day doesn't mean a thing to my dad, because it was in Germany, where everybody was going home, he had to be there, and obviously come back middle of 1947. I'm very proud to be his son.
So for Harry, this Christmas will be extra special. Anna Riley, GB News, Wakefield.
Well done. Thank you very much for that, Anna. Can I also just say thank you to everybody who donated a couple of months back to the Royal British Legion. We did a big fundraiser for them, and GB News viewers and listeners managed to raise a whopping £270,000 in 5 days. So hats off to you. You've all helped with making a veteran's life better there, and no doubt countless others as well.
That was fantastic. £270,000 all to the British Legion. Now, how would you like to win £10,000 in cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers? You could be the winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's all the details of how you can make those prizes yours.
This week, we're launching the Great British Giveaway, your chance to grab some amazing prizes and start your new year the right way. You could win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Imagine having all of that extra cash in your bank account. We'll also bring you bang up to date with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And we'll give you £500 worth of shopping vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. For your chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GB Wing to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Well, good luck indeed. Now, coming up, we're going to settle an age-old debate, OK? Is it even a Christmas dinner without a turkey?
Yes, well, I actually have been doing my research and I found out it was a certain king who popularised the turkey at dinner. We'll let you know later on in the show. We're going to be debating this, actually, with a turkey farmer and a vegan. So there you go.
Will it be nut roasts all round this year, or, like in my house, turkey and a rib of beef and some ham? Anything. If it's an animal, I'll eat it. But
Pork
anyway.
scratchings, chicken, whatever you want in Patrick's home.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Well, stay tuned. This is GB News.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
You're welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christie's and me, Emily Carver.
Right, well, Christmas is filled with traditions that vary from home to home, but one thing most people can agree on is that turkey is a must-have.
Yes, at least that used to be the case. But with the rise of veganism in recent years, more Brits than ever are choosing the likes of tofu over turkey.
But can you really call it a traditional Christmas dinner if you're skipping on the bird?
Yes, so we have vegan author Ed Winters, who certainly thinks so, and he's here in the studio with us. Now, Ed, turkey. It's been a tradition, now I've been looking this up, it's been a tradition since Henry VIII decided to swap out his traditional goose for the turkey. We don't want to change that now, do we?
Research.
Well, I mean, traditions and cultures are always need to be updated because society evolves, morality evolves, what we perceive to be ethical evolves. I mean, thank goodness we don't live with the same moral and ethical code as Henry VIII and people back then. So morality and ethics should always update. And Christmas is a celebration of peace on earth. It's about love. It's about compassion. So how can the mass slaughter of 10 million turkeys and millions more animals be a part of a celebration of love and peace? It seems like the antithesis of such a thing.
OK, well, we can bring in now, I think, turkey farmer Paul Kelly, who I don't think could disagree more with that. I mean, is it Christmas dinner without a turkey, Paul?
Well, not for me, certainly not, no. And certainly, if you don't eat meat, turkey is not for you. That is 110%. But, you know, we've been doing it for... It's a great tradition. I think it's the centrepiece of the family table at Christmas. And, of course, it's great value. And if you get a great turkey and cook it well, it's beautiful.
Paul, what's wrong with a bit of roast tofu for Christmas?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And of course, if you don't eat meat, all meats aren't for you. But for me, a goose, ribber beef, turkey, I'm a big meat eater. And so I just do love, I love all meat.
what would your message be, Ed? Because what he's saying there is obviously he's got no problem with anyone who's on the old nut roast or something like that. I suppose you really just want everyone to stop eating turkey, don't you? So you're kind of more in the kind of real cancel meat category, I think.
Well, I think cancel's a bit of a loaded word. What I want people to do is make more ethical choices, and undeniably not killing is more ethical than killing. And again, Christmas is about peace. What could be less peaceful than mass slaughter? I mean, slaughterhouses don't sound compassionate. And remember, the main way that turkeys are killed in this country is in gas chambers. Does that sound very peaceful to you?
Go on, Paul.
This is a big debate, isn't it? But, my take on it is, if we weren't meant to eat meat, we wouldn't eat meat. And if those that don't want to eat meat don't eat meat.
What about dogs? I mean, why don't we eat dogs? I mean, we could eat dogs. People do eat dogs.
They do.
So should we eat dogs?
They do in China. They do in China. They do in Vietnam. All over the world, they eat dogs. There's lots.
So why don't you eat dogs?
Because it's not for me.
But why not? If we're meant to, why don't you?
Not meant to eat dogs.
Why are we meant to eat turkeys and cows and sheep and lambs then?
Because that's tradition, isn't it? That's what we've done. And protein, meat is a great source of protein.
Well, so's dog meat. Is something ethical just because it's traditional?
Because we don't eat dogs here in the UK, that doesn't not to say it's not ethical.
But
I'm a great believer. We rear our turkeys, and if you rear them the best way you possibly can, you treat them with the utmost respect, and you slaughter them very quickly and very humanely.
So gas chambers are compassionate and respectful?
If you have a look at them, yes, they are. That's a very, 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 very good way of slaughtering them. Yeah, that's
gas chambers are compassionate. Gas chambers are compassionate. Would you like to say that out loud, please?
There's nothing nice about killing any animal, is there?
Right.
I'm not going to say it's not. I don't get off on killing turkeys. Nothing nice about it at all. But given that we are farming is very clever hunting. Back in the old days, and if you look at nature, I think there's nothing crueler than nature. The way nature kills animals, the way lions hunt down things, we as humans are very compassionate, and we do slaughter those animals in a very compassionate way, quickly and humanely.
I suppose one of the big questions as well around if we stopped eating some animals, then we would not actually have them created in the first place. So there's that kind of decision about, well, is any life better than no life at all, Ed?
Well, I just want to first establish there was a contradiction in what the farmer said. Firstly, he acknowledged that killing animals isn't a nice thing to do, but then he said doing so is compassionate. That's an inherent contradiction. The compassionate thing would be not to do so once we establish that doing so is not a nice thing to do. And to answer your point, just because we bring life into existence doesn't give us the right to harm that life. A parent who has children doesn't have the right to harm those children and beat them just because they wouldn't have been alive without those parents deciding to do so. So what we have is an ethical responsibility over the life that exists, and that means not breeding life into existence with the sole purpose to exploit and slaughter them.
Do you think there's a difference between, Paul, you talk about how you wouldn't eat dogs. Is this about, I guess you wouldn't have a pet turkey, would you? So a dog's a bit different in that way?
Maybe he does.
I have had pet turkeys in the past, yeah. Dog, yes, I have. I genuinely have. Dogs. It's not in our culture, is it? We're not dog eaters. But in Vietnam and China, dog is just like chicken.
Okay, Paul, I'll try this. I'll try this one instead. Are you a bit worried about the way things are changing with people's dietary choices? Veganism, vegetarianism on the rise?
No, and I absolutely respect everyone's choices. And is it on the rise? Worldwide, I don't think it is. It seems to be certainly vegan, vegetable protein and alternative proteins. They're not doing as well as everyone expected. There's huge investment coming out of that because people are trying it and aren't really enjoying it. They're doing it, using it as a substitute, and it's not as tasty. And when I said killing animals isn't a nice thing to do, that's the way we're conditioned as humans, isn't it? It's nothing. But I do absolutely think that we are way more compassionate than nature. The way nature kills and deals with animals, it makes me shudder looking at it sometimes.
But we don't have to kill. So even if you could make that argument, there's another option on the table, which is not to partake in that violence ourselves either. And that's why that's the most ethical option, because we don't have to take part in what nature does, and we also don't have to have slaughterhouses where animals are gassed to death and have their throats cut.
All right, so you mentioned what was on the table there. Paul, I know what's going to be on your table this Christmas. You've made that very, very clear. And Ed, can I just very quickly ask you, what will be on your Christmas dinner this year, Ed?
I mean, the great thing is, you know, the majority of a Christmas dinner is already plant-based, from the red cabbage, Brussels sprouts, roast potatoes, parsnips, so I'll have all of that. And then I'm going to personally have a delicious mushroom Wellington with a nice gravy. But you could have a nut roast, you know, a plant-based turkey alternative, whatever it may be. So there are lots of different options available.
Well, both of you, thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and make sure that you take care. As vegan author Ed Winters there, and Paul Kelly, who is a turkey farmer. So thank you very much, chaps. That's an interesting, spirited debate. I'll be interested to see what it says in the inbox, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes, let us know what you think. What do you make of that debate? Whose side do you come down on? Will you be eating turkey tomorrow? Lots of people do swap it out for a different meat, don't they?
Yes,
if not for the nut roast.
Yes, indeed. I feel a little bit awkward in front of Ed talking about what I'm going to have for my Christmas dinner. So we're going to leave that for now. I'll let Ed leave the studio and then we can talk about it
He's
when
not
he's gone.
judging you at all.
I think he probably is. OK, all right.
Now, this year's Royal Christmas is expected to be slightly different to usual, as the King has decided to expand the guest list for their annual trip to Sandringham to make room for more family members.
Yes, well, it comes amid reports that the King is hurt at not being able to see Archie and Lilibet over Christmas. Well, joining us now for more is royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams. Richard, happy Christmas Eve to you, my good man. Great to have you on the show. Thank you very much. So, talk to me a little bit about what we're expecting for the royal Christmas.
Well, the Royal Christmas begins on Christmas Eve, and it's a very important period for them. It's thought that King Charles and Queen Camilla will be hosting some 40, and that will include Queen Camilla's children. 2 of them have grandchildren as well. There are 5 of those. So for roughly 40 in all. And there are various important traditions on Christmas Eve. There is the decoration, the finishing touches to the Norfolk spruce tree. There's a black tie dinner, and most important of all, of course, at tea time they open their presents. It's a Germanic tradition, and although they changed their name from Saxe-Coburg Gotha to Windsor, they've kept this up. And the key, of course, what do you give those who have everything? You have jokey presents, and that's what the royals give each other, and there have been some amusing examples over the years.
And Richard, we've heard that the King, well, he's standing in front of a real Christmas tree.
Yes.
But also he'll be talking about, in his message to us all, about the environment and how we should be more sustainable.
He's got sustainable baubles.
He has sustainable baubles.
Well, apparently so, yes. There are pine cones and various paper ornaments and so forth. So apparently the tree is going to include sustainable decorations. The other point of the tree is that it is a living tree. So although it will be in a tub, it will therefore be afterwards be planted in the ground. And we know that King Charles is someone who's campaigned, or his first speech in the environment was made in 1970. And this year he opened COP28 in Dubai, something cruelly overshadowed, I would add, by Omid Scobie's dreadful book.
Well, you mentioned that. Richard, it's important that you mentioned that because it's been a difficult year. By the way, it promises to potentially be a difficult 2024. You know, I don't think we necessarily need to delve into this too much now. It is Christmas Eve, but, you know, Prince Andrew is supposedly, for want of a better phrase, sweating over the old Epstein list being released. But in terms of Archie and Lilibet, apparently King Charles, you know, he's not really getting to spend any time with them, really. Is that another little fault of Harry and Meghan here, do we think?
Of course he would like to, but I do think that, we know or understand that the Sussexes won't be at Christmas at Sandringham, and I think it would have been inappropriate. A year that begins with something as, quite honestly, incendiary as Harry's memoir Spare, and ends with the fiasco we had of Omid Scobie's Endgame. He's close to the Sussexes, in my opinion, even if he denies it. I think that it would be you can't trust them, quite frankly, and so you want your family around you, you want to be able to relax. It's quite a formal occasion, of course, with the royals. There were a large number of changes of clothes. The Duke of Windsor quipped that the royal family's Christmas was Dickens in a Cartier setting, absolutely gorgeous, but you exchanged these, as I mentioned, amusing gifts. Supposedly Princess Anne gave the Prince of Wales a white loose seat, and Catherine is supposed to have given Harry, in days gone by, a make-your-own-girlfriend kit, that sort of thing. So there's the relaxed side of it. And then, of course, and what other family in the world has two examples of internationally watched, firstly, going to church, the traditional 11 o'clock St Mary Magdalene service, and secondly, of course, the King's Christmas message.
Absolutely. Richard, thank you very, very much. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas with you and yours. That is Richard Fitzwilliams there, royal commentator.
Now, we've got an amazing story, this, featured in today's Express.
Well, a man claims to have travelled all the way from the USA to the UK just to throw an egg at our office.
But Walter Masterson shared images online of him on the plane with the egg and then later on lobbing it at the revolving doors to our office. But I think because the egg has a smiley face, it must have been, you know, a nice hello, a positive message saying how much he loves the channel, a real fan, I think.
Well, I've been looking into this, and in America, that is just how they say hello. They just say, hello, we love you. They throw an egg at you, and it's normal standard procedure in America. So, you know, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I heard that on one of the eggs it was Patrick Christie's one, especially for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, keep your views and your pictures and everything coming in because... well, we've got loads of them. GBViews at gbnews.com. Now, can I just say, we did ask for lovely pictures of your family, what you're all doing, getting ready for the Christmas day if you're travelling back. And this happens every single year. We just end up with loads of pictures of dogs, which I love, so keep them coming in. This is Chrissy's adorable dog, Bella. It's her first birthday. There we go. Well, for those listening on the radio, she looks like a long-haired dachshund with a little pink scarf around her neck and a little pink hat on her head.
Yes, very cute indeed. Oh, that's very sweet. Please send in more and of your family, your setup, everything. Perhaps you're already preparing the vegetables for tomorrow. It can take a while. Yes, what are you cooking? Let us know. But coming up next, we'll take a look through the headline makers, back with Stephanie Tecci and James Hill. Stay with us. This is GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Carson, this Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christys and me, Emily Carver.
Yes, happy Christmas Eve, everybody. Well, joining us to go through some of the day's headlines is political correspondent for The Spectator magazine, it's James Hill. We've also got showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci, and we have got sports broadcaster...
Who let him join our panel?
Aidan McGee. He's snuck in. Aidan snuck in, hasn't he? So, right, where shall we start? Where shall we start?
At the top, I think.
Indeed.
And our top story... James's story. This is Reform UK to challenge the Conservatives in every single seat. Is that a pipe dream or could that actually happen?
Well, it's certainly not a pipe dream. It's not. It's going to be a nightmare, more like for Rishi Sunak, because, of course, 2019, one of the reasons why the Conservatives did very well, winning that big historic 80-seat landslide, was that Nigel Farage stood down his candidates in those Tory seats. They still stood. The Brexit Party candidates stood in the Labour seats and potentially cost the Tories another 20 candidates, and that's 20 MPs. And I think this time what's telling is that I think there were some Conservatives hoping that Richard Tice would stand down his candidates for reform, potentially stop them splitting the kind of centre-right vote, but that's not going to happen, according to leaked correspondence which the Times got hold of.
Well, just a little reminder that not long now until we hear from Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, potentially as well Ed Davey and Humza Yousaf, north of the border in Scotland, as our political leaders give us their Christmas message. We are going to be joined by Richard Tice live later on. There is that news that Reform UK are going to challenge the Tories in every seat at the next general election.
And he's got his own little Christmas message to the nation, doesn't he?
He's got a Christmas message for you, so stay tuned for that. Stephanie, ITV chiefs are discussing a major shake-up, are they, of the soaps? Is this right?
Yeah, it seems like soaps are dying out of, or falling out of favour with audiences at home. There's been this steady decline of the amount of people who are watching soaps. Obviously, tomorrow's Christmas Day, so everyone will tune in for, like, the EastEnders storyline, Coronation storyline. But ITV bosses are actually considering taking soaps off terrestrial TV and making them just be streamed on apps, which I think is a shame, because I think soaps are like that final strand of TV where people like watching it together in a living room and as a family. But if you think about Christmas Day 1985, where there was the Angie Watts storyline on EastEnders...
I think that was 86.
It was 86? Oh, look.
Aidan, stay in your lane.
Happy Christmas, Ange.
That was watched by 30 million people.
Oh, my goodness.
Where now we're only getting figures about 2.8.
Christmas episodes are always the most dramatic, aren't they?
They are, but what do you think they could replace it with that could get those kind of numbers? Because aren't many programmes, even on terrestrial, that run into the millions, are they, in terms of audience?
No, there isn't. And I think there's always that curiosity about storylines and soaps, which I think will keep people tuning in. So I think if they replace that, it'll be such a mistake.
I've told my family tomorrow night to get out of the house after the Christmas edition of EastEnders. I've got work next day. I've got about 3 a.m. But I know they'll ignore it. They'll probably be the same as last year. They'll still be there when I go to work.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Aidan, there was some sporting news, quite a lot of sporting news last night. There was the boxing, there was Anthony Joshua's glorious return, not so good for Deontay Wilder. But in the Premier League, there was a first, wasn't there?
There was indeed. Now, we covered this extensively on GB News. We really followed it in the last week or so. This is Rebecca Welch. She took charge of a Premier League game, refereed the first time a woman has done so in the history of top-flight football, at the top level anyway, the Premier League, rather. So the best thing I can say, really, and they always say that a good referee is one that goes unnoticed. There isn't widespread coverage of this morning. It's been mentioned. In fact, the Fulham manager, he was on the receiving end of a 2-0 home defeat yesterday against Burnley, called her performance a normal performance. And I have to say, that's great. That's absolutely fantastic. That's what a referee is, what an official is meant to do. They're meant to go unnoticed. If they're trying to steal the show, that means they're trying to be like the players. And I think that's the full props to her. Vincent Kompany went up to, I mean, easy when you win, I suppose, but he went up to her afterwards, and he said afterwards, I wanted to congratulate her because aside from the performance, it's a very big moment. So she did very, very well. And this has been a long time coming. There are 200 women on the list around the world. I remember seeing Amy Rayner and Sian Massey running the line as far back as 2007. So this has been a long time coming. It's long overdue.
Do you think it's a big thing to football fans having a female referee?
Hopefully it'll make no difference. Hopefully it'll make no difference because it shouldn't make any difference who's running the line as long as they're fit enough to get up and down. They've got a good eye for detail and they'll make big decisions in big hot environments. The next step for Rebecca Welch will be taking a hold of a really big top 4 game, Liverpool v Arsenal or something like that.
Do you think they'll be relaxed about it? Because there was quite a hoo-ha about Mary Earps getting BBC Sport Personality of the Year.
Yes, I know, but then this is different. This is officiating. I think most reasonable supporters will be happy to accept her on the landscape. And if she does a good job, why on earth shouldn't she be part of it?
I suspect it'll go unnoticed until there's a really big controversial call.
Yes,
that's when suddenly maybe the issue might flare up.
Maybe we'll wait on that. We'll cover that as well.
Now, James, I want to move to the Times Online. This is one of your stories. Pigs in blankets, the side dish that became a year-round obsession. That's one for you, isn't it, Patrick?
Absolutely.
Declare your
Stuck 'em hard.
Declare your interest.
This is my favourite story in today's papers, which is talking about how Pigs in Blankets, which was invented in 1957, was very obscure, and then Delia Smith put it in a cookbook in 1990, and ever since, Pigs in Blankets have become one of the nation's favourite dishes. And now they're talking about the sort of unstoppable march of these pork favourites. And they're now a year-round favourite, where we've got Pigs in Blanket, ice cream flavour, Pigs in Blanket, what was it?
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets.
Pigs in Blankets.
And
I'm just imagining these little sausages.
And I can't all be Patrick Christie's. So I'm just saying...
I covered the reopening of Delia Smith's restaurant at Norwich City after COVID.
Oh, yeah.
That's all the big
we
gigs.
chatted food quite extensively, actually.
You know what? I assumed Pigs in Blankets had been around since day dot, but no, they're just in the 20th century.
Yeah, it was the late thing, and basically it was just wrapping it round, obviously. Before that, they did other different types of meat, but no one put the two together until...
I have to admit, I eat Pigs in Blanket all year round.
Yeah, I had one yesterday.
Yeah, they're just really Moorish and they're so tiny as well. I don't think they should just be limited to Christmas, but I'm not a fan.
Has the vegan left the building? Just checking. He's gone. Ed Winters.
All right. OK. So we've been asking you to get in touch with your Christmas Eve picks and pets this morning. Here's a few of our favourites so far. Libby from Hilton says this is her at 6 a.m. Oh, fantastic. OK. She'll be here until 6 p.m. She's wrapping her grandchild's gifts. And we've got Karen and her husband love watching the show and he's enjoying the hot tub.
Oh, he's got a great setup there.
Oh, Daniel
And is
the
it
cat.
time to open the presents yet? Daniel's cat is there in amongst the presents below the trees. Very sweet.
All right. Well, we've got loads coming your way. But first, is it going to be a white Christmas?
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Well, a very good morning. It's 8 o'clock on the 24th of December. It's Christmas Eve with me, Patrick Christie's, and Emily Carver.
So, the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year.
Meanwhile, in his annual address, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer will reiterate calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled. In fact, we're going to be hearing from him shortly. And Reform UK will stand candidates in every seat at next year's general election. That's the assurance given by their leader, Richard Tice, who will also be on the show in just a second. And that could split the Conservative vote, couldn't it? Pave the way through to Labour.
And as millions of passengers go on their Christmas getaway, travel disruption is expected. High winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the AA has warned of lengthy jams of traffic, and Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday. And it's the Great British Crunch. Thousands of families are still out shopping for last-minute gifts. Are you one of them? Let us know. gbviews@gbnews.com, Patrick.
Good luck, yes, good luck, everybody out there who's travelling or shopping. Anyway, it's a truly green Christmas. So King Charles is going to address the nation on Christmas Day from Buckingham Palace for the second time. But it will be the first time a living tree will appear in the backdrop. Well, Aidan McGee is here as well for another bumper edition of our Sports Roundup.
Yes, indeed, it was a huge night of heavyweight boxing in Saudi last night, Patrick. Anthony Joshua, at long last, dazzling in the desert in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Arsenal captured Christmas #1 with a 1-1 draw at Anfield. But there was more misery from Manchester United as they lost at West Ham.
Oh, yes, indeed. Absolutely. Gosh. Anyway, cracking stuff, Aidan. And this story as well. Stay tuned to find out about the bloke who travelled 4,000 miles just to throw an egg at GB News. Did he get a bit overexcited?
At least the egg.
The yolk's on him.
At least the egg is in a good mood. At least it's in a good mood, the smiley egg. And Ellie Glazier has your weather.
There's further wet and windy weather on their way, with some snow across Scotland for Christmas. Join me later for the full forecast with all the details.
Oh, do we think we'll be getting a white Christmas anyway? Make sure you keep your emails coming into us, gbviews@gbnews.com. We want to know what you're cooking, OK? What you're doing with your family. We love to see all the family shots. Are you travelling back for Christmas? Some wonderful ones in there, so keep them coming. I am, of course, Patrick Christys.
And I am, of course, Emily Carver. And this is Christmas Eve Breakfast on GB News.
So, over the course of this show, we're going to be getting different political leaders giving their Christmas messages. The first one to land so far is the Labour Party leader, Sir Keir Starmer. He's released his 2023 Christmas message, highlighting the optimism Christmas provides through families rekindling, sharing the joy. Shall we have a look and a listen?
As communities across Britain gather together for a period of faith and festivities, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Throughout the Christmas period, we see the bonds of kinship rekindled as families and friends share in the joy, the hope, and the optimism that Christmas provides. For Christians the world over, this is a time to rejoice in the birth of Jesus Christ, God's Son. The birth of Jesus Christ brings light into our world and reminds us that in times of darkness and despair, hope, love and peace are always worth advocating for. Charity, humility and selflessness take centre stage in the Christmas story, and this season serves as a reminder that these qualities should be a guiding light for all of us. During the holidays, many of you will be serving your community and our country, and I want to thank our ever-dedicated NHS staff working around the clock to keep us healthy. Royal Mail workers for ensuring gifts, cards and special messages are received on time. Military personnel for their steadfast commitment to our national security, which often means being away from loved ones. Retail and hospitality workers for keeping us all well stocked with Christmas treats. And the generosity of churches and charities providing a safe haven and support for those less fortunate and for those for whom Christmas is a difficult time. On behalf of the Labour Party, I send my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all of you for what you do. Happy Christmas from my family to yours.
Well, there was the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, wishing us all a very happy Christmas. What was that carol that was behind?
I think it's Silent Night.
Yeah, it sounded a bit like Silent Night. I guess it was a lovely message.
Look, he's ticked a lot of boxes there. We're going to be playing political leader Christmas bingo, OK, with these messages.
He ticked off a lot.
He mentioned Christians, which is nice, more than most adverts do. The elderly, of course, being lonely at Christmas. Hope, love and peace, charity, selflessness, veterans, the NHS, Royal Mail. Lovely. So he's done quite well there.
Military personnel and charities, of course.
Well, there we go. So good.
So hopefully he hasn't forgotten anyone.
Wonder how Rishi Sunak will do. We'll be hearing from him later.
Do you think they time it so the Labour leader goes first so that Rishi Sunak can go?
I think that implies a level of organisation that our political class don't have.
OK, so they just send them out whenever they fancy.
Yes, but one thing that will be on many people's minds is, of course, the war with Israel and Hamas as well, how that's affecting us here in the UK. We saw yesterday hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters taking to central London, didn't we?
Yes, Oxford Street, Regent Street, Carnaby Street. They seem to be targeting Zara in particular, telling shoppers to boycott the brand.
Well, fashion giant Zara was among those targets, as Emily was saying there. Security guards were blocking these stores, protesters chanting, Zara, Zara, you can't hide, stop supporting genocide.
Yes, but police say there were no arrests. Actually, they downplayed the disruption a bit, but shopping did recommence quite quickly.
The question really is whether or not any of that should have been allowed to happen in the run-up to Christmas on the busiest shopping day. And, yes, of course, it's Christmas Eve, isn't it? And Christmas is now under 24 hours away. We are going to be having a little chat now with Simon Danchuk, who joins us in the studio.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Happy Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you too.
What did you make of Sir Keir Starmer's Christmas message there?
Well, these are effectively a party political broadcast, aren't they? So, as you were rightly pointing out, he has to get in there all the right key messages. So it's often interesting what's not in there, I think. And I thought it was interesting that he thanked Royal Mail workers, but he hasn't thanked other courier services employees, which is a bit bizarre. But more interestingly, he doesn't mention peace. I thought he would mention something about the Middle East, or he doesn't really focus on international affairs at all, and I thought that was quite interesting. So he actively avoided that. But, yeah, I mean, he just goes through a raft of people to thank. Another interesting point, I think I'm right in saying that Keir Starmer is a very strong atheist. Yes, I think we should check it, but I'm pretty sure he is. And yet he's pushing quite a strong Christian message there, and quite deliberately so, because it's a Christian festival, but also because he wants Christian votes as well.
Yeah, of course he does. And I guess he wants to avoid anything controversial. It's Christmas time, not for making overtly political messages or those that appear to be too political.
That's right, Emily. I think that's a really interesting point. This is a very safe message. You know, he's thanking charities and the churches. He's given a Christian message. He's thanking NHS workers, as you would expect, and people in hospitality and retail. But it's a very cautious message. There's no hint of a general election in there, or, you know, I understand that Rishi Sunak makes reference to, you know, hope and having a more successful new year, but there's nothing like that in this message from Keir Starmer. He doesn't want to be associated with he doesn't want it associating with the general election.
But there were pictures of him in Estonia, so he is trying to make, perhaps that's a slightly political message, showing that he's with our military personnel and Ukraine and everything.
It's always been a problem for Labour, that, by the way, hasn't it? How they're perceived when it comes to the military and national security. So I think he's trying to shore that up.
Yes, absolutely. That's a weakness for Labour, and always has been. They've always been strong on the NHS, but they've always been weak on defence. And this is classic positioning in terms of going out wearing a military uniform, associating himself with the armed forces. He's trying to shore up support in that regard, for sure.
Can I ask, how do you think Sunak's going to play it? A little bit later on, we're going to be hearing from Rishi Sunak. We'll hear a bit from Ed Davey as well, Humza Yousaf, but let's focus on the main man, Rishi. How do you think he's going to play it? Because, as far as we are aware, there is going to be a general election.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And so you would have thought, I mean, he won't want to be seen like he's chasing votes either. So it's a real tightrope. I think Starmer got it about right.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't look like he's trying to win votes in this message, but he's including all the right messages to do that. But I think it'll be interesting to see if Sunak appears a bit more desperate.
Yes, I mean, Keir Starmer there definitely showing that he's on the side of public sector workers.
Good point. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And ordinary people as well in the videos, you know, showing hospitality, retail workers and in an older people's home and things like that. He's covered every base.
Yeah, indeed. We've got the emails here. Les has been on. How nice of the Labour leader, Mr Starmer, to mention all the workers who are actually working during the festive period. He's forgotten to mention those people who are not. We've got here, Sir Keir's message covers several popular segments of society, but totally misses the whole producing sectors that drive the economy. Interesting, says Ron. It's fair to say, not the most popular Christmas message in the GB News inbox for Keir Starmer. Simon, can I just ask you...
It's a good thing we've got more to bring you.
Yes, it is, yes.
There are other leaders to choose from.
There are. Simon, can I ask you, what's Christmas like in the Danchuk household, mate?
Oh, well, this year is the first time I've spent Christmas in London. So I usually go up north. I usually go up to Rochdale and spend Christmas there. So Coco and I've just got married, haven't I? Spending quiet time in London. And we're having dinner tomorrow with our 92-year-old, she'll be 93 tomorrow, neighbour. So that, yeah.
Oh, that's really nice.
That's really nice, yeah.
Would she be on her own otherwise?
Yeah, she would. And her and I saw the pandemic through, so we were in a bubble together. So it's nice to join her tomorrow.
And that is very heartwarming. Very nice.
Just quickly, Turkey?
Yes, turkey for sure. I'm a big fan of turkey.
There we go. All right. Well,
well, thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Cheers, Sam.
Now, yesterday, Oxford Street was packed with last-minute shoppers, including Patrick and myself. But today, supermarkets and other stores are preparing for those last-minute panic buyers.
Well, joining us now is consumer expert director at The Money Edit. It's Guy Anchor. Guy, thank you. So there'll be a lot of panic people out there. There'll be people thinking, where the heck are my presents? I haven't got Grandma's present, or I haven't got... Don't worry, Grandma, if you're watching, I have got your present.
He has.
You know, I haven't got so-and-so's present, and they're last-minute.comming it right now, at the moment. Guy, what have been trending this year? What are people's top buys? People need a bit of inspiration. Hit us.
Well, what I can tell you is, in terms of shopping last minute, clearly there's a mad panic, but believe it or not, it's actually potentially the best time to get good deals. Because, you know, we often hear the term January sales, Boxing Day sales, they're kind of interchangeable. These days, lots of them start before Christmas. And the website Money Saving Experts has a very interesting deals predictor. I was just on it just now, and it's predicting John Lewis, M&S, The Body Shop, lots of others may actually start sales today, and also others have already begun. So I don't quite know what's trending. That's very much down to the individual. But in terms of, you know, people last-minute shopping, it's a good time to get deals. But bear in mind, stock may not be wonderful. That's the only thing.
Guy, if you were in a panic and you'd forgotten a gift for... Oh, he's gone.
Lost Guy.
We'll get him back. I was going to ask, what should someone buy if they've only got the petrol station open on Christmas Day?
Well,
Guy, if you're in a last-minute panic and it is Christmas Day and the only shop that's open is the petrol station on the motorway, what do you reckon people could buy from there and get away with it?
I mean, I suppose in that case, chocolates are the easy one, aren't they? If all you have is a motorway service station. But I tell you what I've done in the past when I've been in this situation. I've bought gift vouchers. They're somewhat of a cop-out. You have to be slightly wary with gift vouchers. They have an expiry date, and if the unlikely event the shop goes bust, they're not going to be worth much. But they're a good last minute, if you just don't know what to get, a good get-out-of-jail-free card.
Absolutely. No, it really is. The Guy, look, thank you very, very much. And it does seem, though, just quickly, Guy, that despite the cost of living crisis and all of that that's going on, people have still been spending this year, haven't they? I think that's important for our economy.
Yeah, and look, Christmas is that time of year where, whether you treat it as a religious festival, whether it's, it's just a chance to get together with family, it's a time of year that people do want to give. But I would say, if you are, in that last minute rush, and you don't have the money, there are other things you can do, of course. You can give your time. You can promise to make somebody, whether it's breakfast in bed, give them a massage, babysit, whatever it is. And what some people do, quite interestingly, is they donate to charity on behalf of a friend or family. I'm just thinking of ways where either if you just don't know what to get, I mentioned my get out of jail free card is gift cards, but other ideas, but also the fact that some people, while you're right, people are still spending, there will be some people who just don't have the money. Just other ideas, if you don't have the money, give time, a different type of.
Thank you very much, Guy Anchor, director of The Money Edit. I was about to say, don't get any ideas, no massages for Christmas.
Oh, OK, all right, fair enough. Well, I didn't think we were going to raise that on air. But look, let's have a little look, shall we, at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom.
Yes, the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year.
Meanwhile, in his annual address, as you were just hearing earlier on, Keir Starmer has reiterated calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled, yes?
Yes, he has indeed. And the former Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, is calling for the government to send 4x4 cars from the ULEZ scrappage scheme to Ukraine for Christmas. In a tweet, Wallace said the power to do this is in Michael Gove and Mark Harper's hands. Let's all do this for the new year, he said.
And millions of people are prepared to make their Christmas getaway. Travel disruption, though, is expected as high winds of up to 70 miles an hour are expected in parts of the country. And the AA has warned lengthy jams of traffic. Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday, unfortunately.
Right, well, earlier this hour, we did see Sir Keir Starmer's Christmas video, his Christmas message to the nation.
Not that popular.
Shall we have a look?
In the inbox.
Shall we have He ticked all the boxes. He ticked all the boxes. So let's have a look at a short clip from Lib Dem leader Ed Davey. Let's see.
Although Christmas is a joyous time for so many, it may also bring added pressures for some. So I want to send my love and prayers to those caring for loved ones over Christmas. You are unsung heroes of our health system, and Christmas is a time when your acts of kindness and care are felt even more. We hold in our hearts those less fortunate than ourselves, and to those who this year are without loved ones over Christmas. Whether through loss or the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, if you are missing family and friends at your Christmas table, you're in my thoughts. So from my family to yours, I wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Well, a very Merry Christmas to you as well, Sir David. We've heard from the two sirs. We'll be getting Rishi Sunak, and we're getting Humza Yousaf and a couple of others as well later on. What do you make of that? I was just saying, you know, obviously...
Short and sweet, thinking of those less fortunate. He did mention the conflict ongoing in the Middle East and also Ukraine there. A nice backdrop.
I think
if we're going to go for the superficial, the aesthetic, nice backdrop.
It's just nice to see him. I hadn't seen or heard of him for the last however long. So nice to know Ed Davey's all right, I think. But I tell you who I've definitely enjoyed hearing from, and that is you.
Yes.
The wonderful people, whether you've been at home or you're out and about. And we've got some of you now. Katie says hello this morning. She thought that you'd like to see a picture of Frank and his magnificent baubles. Well, I thought this was a family show. She says it's a fantastic Christmas. All right, it's been on the screen for long enough now, I think. Thank you very much, everybody.
I was not expecting that.
Behind the scenes there.
I was not expecting that. What does one say? Well done,
Frank.
Good for you. Good for you, Frank. Good for you.
Frank's going to have a busy year ahead. There we are. Well, keep your pictures coming in.
Keep them clean.
Keep them clean. It is a family show. We do want to see your family as well this Christmas as you celebrate it with us here at GB News. But will it be a white Christmas for anyone? Let's see.
Good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
OK, well, not quite a white Christmas, some people, although a couple of you have been emailing in gbviews@gbnews.com with pictures of what looks like a dusting of snow where you are, so keep those coming. But I'll tell you what will be a wonderful present, well, it'll be a bit after Christmas, but it'll still be a good present, is if you won 10 grand in cold, hard cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers. Well, you could be the winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's how you can enter, make those prizes yours.
This week, we're launching the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to grab some amazing prizes and start your new year the right way. You could win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Imagine having all of that extra cash in your bank account. We'll also bring you bang up to date with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And we'll give you £500 worth of shopping vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. For your chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Well, there you go. That's how you can enter. But coming up, do you think couples should sleep in the same bed?
Yes.
Or not? This is a controversial one. Everyone has an opinion.
Mate, no, not controversial at all. Couples sleep in the same bed. All of this and
How
more,
it's supposed to be.
All of this and more. I have a vested interest on Christmas Eve breakfast. Oh, yes, indeed. And later on, we're going to be joined by some dogs in the studio.
Yeah, we are.
Nice little bit of rescue dogs. And, of course, we'll be hearing from you as well. But we'll be having a debate whether or not couples should have separate bedrooms. All of that coming your way. Christmas Eve breakfast on GB News.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Yes, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christys and Emily Carver.
Yes, indeed. Well, for the most part, married couples tend to share a room and sleep next to each other, but Hollywood actress Cameron Diaz is calling for a change.
Yes, she thinks married couples sleeping apart should be normalised, despite admitting to sleeping with her husband.
Right, okay.
So, you know, she wants others to...
Well, according to
do what she's not doing.
According to a survey by the Better Sleep Council, 25% of couples agree with us. So, should married couples be sleeping in separate bedrooms be normalised? Well, joining us to discuss this now is broadcaster and relationship coach Fahima Mohammed and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci as well. Now, you think that they should be together?
Yes.
Right, why?
Absolutely. I think psychologically, when you are in a romantic relationship, it brings about healthy connection, and that's the time of day that most of the time, or night, shall we say, that you will actually get a chance to maybe communicate, to actually have a little bit more sort of time with each other, which you may not have during the day. And it creates that spontaneity, even for intimacy, because you actually are in the same space. You know, not everything has to be scheduled. And I just think and even psychology research does say about the fact that it brings better sleep when you are in a really good romantic relationship. I'm sure there are other circumstances with regards to whether or not person's snoring for health reasons or at a particular age where you want your space after so many years. But majority of the consensus is that when you are in a partnership, in a romantic relationship, it is healthy for your well-being. What makes you sleep better as well?
What if it's a source of conflict? Sleeping patterns. I mean, for example, now I'm not saying there's any conflict involved. I'm not saying there's any conflict, but we have very different schedules. Now, Patrick finishes work very late, usually. He's on the 9 till 11 show, little plug there. And I work during the day, so I'm often asleep by the time Patrick comes home from work, and that can, you know, wake me up.
Yeah, and I think that is a big no-no. I think couples need space, and sleeping is so imperative. So if you have different schedules, I think it's always going to be down to the detriment of one partner. And I think having separate rooms means people have space to be who they are. When you're sharing as a couple, one person's going to be more messier than the other person. So I think by having separate rooms, you allow each other to be individuals. And I think it actually puts more of a spark in the relationship, because that's what I hear about a lot of couples saying when they've been together for a long time, it's like, oh, he's snoring again in bed, I can't stand him. But then if you've had space where you know actually there's going to be one night he's going to come over, it actually makes you feel
it's the opposite.
more excited.
I think it's the opposite. It should be space.
Yeah.
It should be space once in a blue moon, and together most of the time. That's what a lot of people actually crave.
I feel like it's
even
been
with long
forced
distance
on us.
relationships, it's not forced,
I
because
feel
even
like it's
in
been
long distance
forced.
relationships,
Sorry, darling.
Yeah, even in long-distance relationships, a lot of people actually have that yearning when they even have that distance. So just looking at the normality, and it's really amazing how these Hollywood stars and actresses will make these kind of, comments and make it for everyone else when they don't even live it by themselves.
I hear that. I do agree with that, but I feel like it's been forced on couples from the day of dawn that you
it's a natural
should
connection.
sleep
It's
with
a
your
natural
partner,
need.
and I think sometimes space is needed, and we're living in a modern day and age.
It is modern to be together as well.
We've got a solution in the inbox, because Lynn says, we sleep together, but separately, 2 single beds together in the same room.
OK, that's a happy medium.
Mattress choice to suit different aches and pains. Married 46 years, so it's a winner. It's a winner.
Yes,
well
a lot
done,
of
Lynn.
people do that. 2 different mattresses.
2 different mattresses.
There you
Well,
go.
thank you very much, both of you. That was really insightful stuff, that, actually. There we go.
It's Fahima Mohammed and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tetchy. Thank you very much indeed. Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.com. Separate rooms?
No. Now, this year's Royal Christmas is expected to be slightly different to usual, as the King has decided to expand the guest list for their annual trip to Sandringham to make room for more family members, but not those ones.
It comes amongst reports the King is hurt to not be able to see Archie and Lilibet over Christmas.
Well, joining us now for all things royal is the editor-in-chief of Majesty magazine. It's the wonderful Ingrid Seward. Ingrid, thank you very much. So, an extended guest list at Sandringham tomorrow. What do we know?
Well, we don't know a great deal except for, bits of gossip here and there, but we do know that it's going to be very traditional, and we know the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children are going to be there, but I think because Sandringham House doesn't actually hold that many people, large though it is, the bedroom situation isn't. Well, I don't think people would be able to be sleeping in separate beds, let's say. So William and Kate and their children will be at Anne Hall, their house, and they will go to what they call the big house, which is Sandringham. They'll be there for Christmas Day and they'll be there for lunch and they'll be there most of the time, but they will actually be staying at their house, which allows room for some of Camilla's children. So there's Tom Parker Bowles and his sister Laura, her husband, and their children. They might be there. And otherwise, there's, I think, the Duke and Duchess of York, or the Duke of York and Fergie, and their children and their husbands and their grandchildren. There's a lot of people before you've even thought about it. They'll be at Wood Farm, where Prince Philip spent much of his last days at Wood Farm.
A big bustling royal Christmas. Ingrid, may I just... sorry, we don't have too much time. Ingrid, the King, he makes his message to the nation. We've heard a little bit about how he might focus on the environment. What have you heard?
Well, I think I've heard that he will probably definitely be focusing on the environment, but it's an all-embracing thing. It is about peace and joy. And if you look back on all of the Queen's speeches, they are all about what's been going on in the world during the year.
Absolutely. Yes, no, definitely. Well, hopefully we can... see that live tomorrow, can't we? The King's speech. It's very often the King, obviously formerly Queen's speech, the centrepiece of a lot of people's Christmas. Ingrid, can I just ask, what are you doing for Christmas Day? What's Christmas Day like at the Seward household?
Well, we're staying with friends over Christmas, which will be wonderful because they've got lots and lots of children and we will just have a very festive time. But we do always stop for what used to be the Queen's speech, which is a lovely tradition, and I hope that goes on.
Good. Well, have a wonderful Christmas, Ingrid. Thank you very, very much. There we go.
Yes, Ingrid Seward, Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine.
Well, it's time to go through all of the latest sports news. Broadcaster, Housewife's favourite, Aidan McGee, joins us here in the studio.
I wondered when you'd say that.
What's going on, Aidan?
Lots of different stuff, Patrick. I mean, we had a really fabulous night last night of heavyweight boxing over in Saudi. Such a pity it can't happen in this country. It might have been in the time zone that some of us could have watched. Yes. But nonetheless, Anthony Joshua, he'd needed a big performance since probably 2019. Lots of people losing faith in him, even Deontay Wilder, who, notwithstanding his loss last night to Joseph Parker inside the distance, in a points decision, he was questioning whether Joshua was, in fact, mentally fragile. Well, OK, he wasn't fighting an elite opponent last night in Otto Wallin, but he finished him off before the end of the fifth, and that was the most convincing I've seen him look in a good few years. Don't forget he lost to Usyk a couple of times as well. He's roundly beaten. I still would question whether he's got the chops to really mix it with the really elite ones like Usyk again or Fury if that fight ever happens. But good performance by him, and I suppose it's tempered by the fact that Deontay Wilder, as you mentioned earlier on, suffered a shock loss to Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is somebody who's lost to Dillian Whyte, Anthony Joshua, and Joe Joyce in the last 2 or 3 years, but he beat him quite comfortably. It was a unanimous decision against Deontay Wilder. And the reason I say it's disappointing for Joshua is because Wilder had been digging into him, calling him mentally fragile, as I mentioned, and that was going to be the big fight next year in Saudi. It was going to earn both of them loads of money. It looks as if that fight might be in doubt now.
Can I just ask you, I know we're a bit pressed for time, but Manchester United, Erik ten Hag, do we think he's going to get sacked?
I can't see him lasting much longer. I mean, look at some of the numbers here. I mean, it's their most defeats before Christmas since 1930, before the Second World War, Patrick, and that season they finished bottom of the old First Division. They lost at West Ham yesterday by 2-0. I must mention David Moyes, a former United manager, absolutely castigated in the week for naming a weakened side at Liverpool in the quarter-final of the Carabao Cup. They got beaten 5-1. His argument would have been, look, I'm saving the players for a game against Man United. Vindication yesterday. They beat United 2-0, as I mentioned. Another 3 points to them. Fair play to him. But, yeah, just back to United. I mean, look, they failed to score in 4 successive games in all competitions. They lost the highest number of matches in a calendar year that they've done they've managed since the year dot. I cannot see. He's never looked like somebody who had the personality to be the Manchester United manager. It's the biggest club in the world, bar none. And I believe it takes a certain type of person to manage that club. It's not him.
No. Now, Aidan, in the next hour, we're going to be seeing more of your Christmas recipes, because you are very much a chef, and we haven't quite got time for it now, but yeah, stay tuned, because if you want to know what Christmas is like around in the McGee household, then you are in for a treat.
It's a Michelin Christmas, a Michelin-starred Christmas.
Michelin Impossible.
Mission Impossible, perhaps. Well, you're bringing us some soup tomorrow, hopefully.
I am. I've decided what I'm making you.
Well, there we go. We'll wait and see. We have to tease it.
Yeah,
Can't reveal all yet. But coming up, it's Headline Makers with Stephanie Tenchi and James Heal. This is GB News.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Good morning, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christie's and me, Emily Carver.
And I am absolutely loving all of the pictures that you are sending in from what's been going on with your families. We're going to show some of those very shortly, gbviews@gbnews.com. But with the festivities well underway, it is, of course, easy to lose sight of why we celebrate Christmas in the first place.
Yes, one way to keep the true spirit of Yuletide
There we go.
alive.
It's just coffee, I promise.
It is coffee, yeah. Attending one of the many church services we see this time of the year, whether it's in the Vatican or your local.
GB News' Northern Ireland reporter Dougie Beattie is doing just that this Christmas Eve. He joins us now from St Patrick's Church in Newtownards. Good morning, Dougie. A happy Christmas Eve to you. What's going on where you are?
Well, happy Christmas to you all, and yes, welcome to St Patrick's Catholic Church here in the parish of Newtownards in Cumber. It's quite a famous church, actually, very historical. It was commissioned in 1877 by none other than Lady Londonderry, and she wanted to bring her friends from Europe, of course, across to worship here, because, of course, she came from the Mount Stewart estate just down the road. That was the home of Lord Castlereagh, her brother-in-law, who was in charge of Europe during the time of the Napoleonic Wars, and was famous for freeing the Pope from Napoleon's prison and refloating the Vatican Bank, as well as negotiating the borders of Canada and America after the American War of Independence. So this church was built in a cathedral style, and it's built out of Scrabo stone. But these churches their congregations, they're not that they're getting any smaller, but after COVID, of course, during COVID, there was a lot of streaming went on, and a lot of the older parishioners have stuck by that. It saves them coming the whole way into church, because most of these churches are in the centre of towns. But of course, it doesn't lose the message of Christmas Day. It is indeed the birth of Christ. And the priest here is none other than Father Martin O'Hagan, who's quite famous in Ireland. He's one of 3 singing priests that have a Sony record deal, and I've been to see a few of their concerts, and they are absolutely fabulous and very mystical to listen to. But I caught up with him earlier on in the week, and he talked to me about the importance of the love of Christ, what that brings to you, the happiness of it, and of course that there's no real happiness inside material goods.
Well, I suppose that there's always an openness, and we try to rejoice in the fact that anyone who wants to engage with Christ and answer his invitation, then something new begins to happen. Perhaps we live in a very distracted world today, so distracted that there is little time to stop, to be still, to think, to experience silence. So the world can be such that our motivation is kidnapped a little bit by the commercial side of things. It's about getting the right balance. The material world can easily invade and offer us a way of happiness, in inverted commas, but it's not true, lasting happiness. The happiness that we are looking for in Christ is something that's everlasting.
Well, it really is about the happiness of Christ, and it is about the family values that really come around this time of year. And the Mass that we'll be in this morning, of course, it's not quite the Christmas Eve Mass. That's at 11:30. The Christmas Eve Mass is at 6:30 this evening.
Thank you very much. Doogie beated that outside St Patrick's Church. He's always been my favourite saint, I think. It's fair to say. He knows how to have a great party as well, doesn't he? But an amazing story, this. There's an amazing story featured in today's Express. A man claims to have travelled all the way from the US to the UK just to throw an egg at our office.
What a life he must lead. Walter Masterson shared images online of him on the plane. He was proud of it. He was very proud of it, with the egg. And then later on, he showed pictures of him lobbing it at the revolving doors to our office. But
can I just say, like, no one noticed.
No.
Like, no one, you know, he's travelled all the way from America. If he hadn't have put this on social media, none of us here noticed you'd done it, mate. Like, but anyway, I shouldn't encourage him, should I?
Well,
it'll be a brick next.
At least it was a happy egg. It wasn't an angry egg. So there you go. Do you think he only threw one? Just one single egg?
I don't know.
We'll dig into it.
Made an omelette. Joining us now to go through some of the day's headlines is political correspondent for The Spectator magazine, James Heal, and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tedgy. Where are we starting now? We're going to start with the Times, are we? James, you've got a story for us?
So, Nicholas Witchell, for many of us, the most familiar of all the royal correspondents, is retiring from the BBC, aged 70, 25 years still in the royal beat. Seen a lot of big stories in that time with Diana, obviously the Queen, etc. And I thought what was interesting was he done this sort of farewell interview, and he said that the palace should have tried harder with Meghan. And suggested, actually, in his comments, that he said that, well, the Queen, the age she was at, perhaps wouldn't be understanding and empathetic of what Prince Harry was going through when they had the big, Sussex a few years ago. And so I think that it's just quite interesting that someone who's been a sort of quite sympathetic observer of the royals over the years would say something like this, and perhaps maybe a verdict that we re-evaluate in the years to come.
That's quite interesting, isn't it, Stephanie? Because a lot of royal correspondents appear to be... well, let's say, not necessarily Team Meghan.
Yeah, no, not at all. But I guess we've all seen, as we've seen this year, that this is a saga that keeps continuing. It gets more scandalous, it gets more controversial, and you do think, you know, Meghan missed her part to be a part of our royal family, so it's a shame on her, and it's also a shame that the family didn't try as hard to make it work between Harry and Meghan and them being a part of the firm, as they like to call them. So I guess a lot of things could have been avoided if they did stay as working royals, and maybe on the other side they did try to kind of keep them a bit more. But who knows what happens behind closed doors when it comes to the royals? Like, we hear a lot about this Harry-Meghan saga, but we don't actually know what's really happening.
No. They could have been the Fab Four. Well, you know, Christmas is about olive branches and seeing your family.
I'm not sure that's going to happen. For me, I feel sorry for King Charles because we've covered a story earlier on about him supposedly being upset about not seeing Archie and Lilibet. I also feel sorry for Archie and Lilibet. I think, and hey, you never know how these things turn out, but I think it's going to be a very difficult thing in the future for them to justify to young children that they weren't a part of the magic of a royal family. But we have got quite a different tone now, actually. James Cleverly, Stephanie, has said some weird stuff.
He's only gone and put his foot in it. At a Downing Street reception, usually when journalists go there, whatever's been said is off the record. But what he said is quite damaging, because he said that every night it's not illegal to give his wife, Susie, a bit of Rohypnol, which is a rape drug. And this comes as the government is cracking down on rape drugs. So I don't find it funny. I find it quite appalling. This comes from the man who is our Home Secretary, and he said that tackling violence against women and girls is most of a personal priority to him, but behind closed doors he's making such damaging comments. So how are women supposed to trust that you're helping them in terms of violence when you're making sick and appalling jokes such as this? He has realised he's done wrong, so I can imagine we are going to get an apology soon. But Patrick and Emily, we've had 6,732 cases of date rape, drugging, so it's nothing to smile about for young women who've gone through it.
Too serious to joke about?
I wouldn't have made those comments myself, and I think that, you know, even in a case where it's supposed to be off the record, I think making those jokes to a Mirror journalist is probably very unwise. And I think the danger for James Cleverly, of course, is that it comes a month after the claim he insulted Stockton in the House of Commons.
Mm.
So I think the danger is that someone who's meant to be a safe pair of hands after Suella Braverman could actually end up being the opposite.
A bit loose-lipped, to say the least.
Can we? Yeah, we'll move it on. I think we've still got a little bit of time to do a couple of others here.
Do Italy.
Let's do Italy warning Britons to stop abusing the term prosecco. What's happening here, Stephanie?
No, do you want to go?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, go on, straight.
Yeah.
Well, this is the fantastic.
You like this one? Go on.
He's all over it.
I know.
Right, so tell me you like a drink without telling me you like a drink.
A story close to my heart, Oliver. Basically, this is an Italian campaign. They take out every year. They put these big adverts on the tube saying this is not prosecco, and it encourages people to know the difference between genuine, trademarked Italian prosecco and effervescent white wine, which they sort of very dismissively say is not the real thing. It's not pucker. So basically, they did a big campaign because they're concerned about their kind of copyright being breached, a bit like Cornish pasties being protected, brand, etc. And so they're having to put it everywhere, urging Brits to know the difference between fake prosecco and real Italian prosecco.
Are we allowed to call fake prosecco?
No.
You can't do that with champagne.
No, exactly.
You can't. You have to...
Okay, so it's the same.
Yeah. But, you know, Brits love Prosecco, so I can understand why they get muddled up between what is authentic Prosecco and a bit of Lambrini.
Lambrini.
A bit of Lambrini.
A bit of Lambrini.
That takes me back.
But I think Italians are quite passionate about food and drink, so I'm not surprised that they're doing this to kind of, you know, not make a mockery of their art of making Prosecco in these two Italian regions.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, to be fair, Emily, you are somebody who really can taste the difference between incredibly expensive champagne and Prosecco. I, on the other hand, am not.
And at this point, I'd like to thank my mother for teaching me so well. So if you're watching, thank you for giving me such a highbrow taste.
Right, let's squeeze one more in quickly. Priest replaces Joseph for same-sex nativity scene. Parish priest defends having two mothers of baby Jesus.
Yeah.
As reflective, Stephanie?
You know, ideally, I thought the nativity scene is one scene that should be left as it should be, but a priest in Italy has removed Joseph and added another Mary into the picture. I hope we do have the picture to show. But the reason why he's done that is because he says it's a sign of the times how modern families, you've got two mums, two dads, single people. But I do think, you know, while his points are valid, I do feel like keep the nativity scene sacred as it should be.
You know?
Should we have to really rock the boat when it comes to this? I know, you know, the Vatican recently said that they will bless LGBT unions and stuff like that, but I guess when it comes to scenery of a religious nature, there should be that respect, and it kept the same, I think.
No one was really... There wasn't a clamour. No one was banging on his church door going, can we have two virgin mothers?
No.
You know,
as long as it's not effervescent wine, then it really has kicked off. Then it would have been 2 bottles of that.
Yeah, the blood of Christ being used as Prosecco. I think the Italians really will kick off about that. Look, we've just been asking you to send in some of your Christmas Eve pics and pets as well this morning. I just heard a dog barking out there, so I think I've got an idea what's coming in the next hour. But here's a few of our favourites so far.
Yes, Derek says his dog Humphrey, there he is exhausted, waiting for the big day.
Oh.
Well, as long as he's watching GB News, then we're happy.
Absolutely. And we've got Virginia's dog Boris. Good. Looking adorable. Bring back Boris. There we are. Santa's hat.
He's looking very sweet. And the Saunders family have been out enjoying the charity lights in Shirley Croydon last night. 90-year-old Hilda made it out too, looking cosy.
Can we keep that on the screen for a second?
Yeah.
Hilda, can I just wish you especially a very Merry Christmas? You're all wrapped up there in those blankets, and that's exactly what we're after. We want pictures of you and your family sharing this special time of year together. Thank you, everybody. It's GB Views at gbnews.com.
I really appreciate it when people do up their homes with all the lights. It really is just quite lovely.
Oh, it is. It's better. My mum used to have a turning on of the Christmas reindeer ceremony where she'd flick a switch, the neighbours would come round, and a family of moving reindeer on our front lawn would start.
And I had the popping of the champagne ceremony.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Look, we've got a heck of a lot coming your way. We're going to be hearing from Rishi Sunak. We're going to be hearing from Richard Tice. 2 political messages. We will be joined by some rescue dogs in the studio as well, and we'll find out now if it's going to be a white Christmas for you.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on the 24th of December. It's Christmas Eve on GB News with Patrick Christys and me, Emily Carver, today.
Well, the Prime Minister is urging people to focus on the promise of a brighter future in a Christmas message ahead of an election year. I think we'll be playing that quite shortly. But meanwhile, in his annual address, the Labour leader Keir Starmer reiterated calls to see the bonds of kinship rekindled.
Yes, and Reform UK will stand candidates in every seat at next year's general election. That's the assurance by the leader, Richard Tice, who's going to be joining us very shortly on the show. Could he split the Conservative vote and pave the path for a Labour win?
And as millions of passengers go on their Christmas getaway, travel disruption is expected. We've got high winds of up to 70 miles an hour. Also, the AA is warning of lengthy traffic jams. Paddington Station in London is expected to be closed until Wednesday. Good luck, everybody, if you are driving home or whatever you're doing in order to get back for Christmas.
And it's the Great British Crunch. Thousands of families are still out shopping for last-minute gifts. Are you one of them? Will you be heading to the petrol station in shame?
Yeah, it's not families, is it? It's blokes. But anyway, send us emails, gbviews@gbnews.com. What's going on for your Christmas Eve and a truly green Christmas in the royal household, because King Charles will address the nation on Christmas Day from Buckingham Palace for the second time. But it will be the first time a living tree will appear in the backdrop. He's also got, what was it, sustainable baubles?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Nice baubles.
And Ellie Glazier has your weather.
There's further wet and windy weather on their way, with some snow across Scotland for Christmas. Join me later for the full forecast with all the details.
Well, I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is Christmas Eve Breakfast on GB News. Well, the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, has privately given his senior team cast iron guarantees that general election candidates will not be told to step aside for Tory opponents. That's in a move that could split Rishi Sunak's vote in key seats.
We are actually still waiting for Rishi Sunak's Christmas message.
Yeah, when's it going to drop?
When's it happening, Rishi? Come on, we're all waiting with bated breath here. We've had Keir Starmer's, we've had Ed Davies as well, for whatever that was. But joining us now to tell us more is the man himself. We've got Richard Tice, leader of Reform UK. Richard, a very happy nearly Christmas to you, my good man. Thank you for joining us.
Christmas to you both, indeed. And my Christmas message is out there. Obviously, the Prime Minister, he's missed yet another pledge, it seems to me, if he hasn't got his Christmas message out. Who knows? There we are.
He's never off, is he, Richard? He's never off. Look, Richard, what's going on here then? So you are now definitely going to be standing candidates in every single seat, is that right?
Yeah, we've been saying this for many, many months now. We've made that absolute cast iron commitment. But still, there are a few people who think that we're going to stand down for the Tories, who've broken Britain, who've let us all down, who've misled us, betrayed us on immigration and vital things like that, and haven't done Brexit properly. So, no, we stand everywhere, 630 seats across England, Scotland, Wales. We've got over 440 candidates already lined up. And we've got a big press conference straight back in the new year on January the 3rd. We've got our spring conference on the February the 24th, when we'll be showing off lots of those candidates. So, yeah, we're ready. We can't wait. The only thing I think the country is ready for Rishi to call an election, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Richard, some would criticise you and your party for making a Labour victory more likely. What do you say to them?
We're going to be targeting the complete failures of Labour's policies for what they are, that anybody can remember them. Look, there's no difference between the main two parties from our perspective. They're both high tax, high regulation, nanny state, wasteful government spending, mass immigration, pro-net zero. You can't grow an economy on that basis. They're as bad as each other. We're saying to people, if you want common sense policies, if you want a party that's going to save Britain, the only party that can do that clearly from here is Reform UK.
Well, People will be wanting a Christmas present at this time of year, Richard. And
That's the present, Patrick. That's the present.
That's the present. I was just wondering whether or not people will have the gift of being able to vote for Nigel Farage at some point. Do you think that will happen, Richard?
Well, let's wait and see. I think patience is a virtue. And I'm sure Nigel's enjoying replenishing himself after some weeks of rather sort of restraint, shall we put it like that. So let's see what happens in the new year.
So we can't get an exclusive there on Christmas Eve.
Patience is a virtue.
Richard,
virtue is a grace.
Just lastly, I've got to ask you, what's Christmas Day in the Tice household?
Well, I'm in the Cotswolds, and
Lovely.
Christmas Day is going to be a fantastic family scene. Lots of happy children and hopefully some delicious turkey, etc., etc. Maybe just a glass or two of champagne and wine. Who knows? And then a great Christmas movie. It's got to be Top Gun Maverick for us in this household.
No holiday.
Oh, fantastic. Well, very, very happy Christmas to you and yours,
And
Richard.
to you all.
So there you go, there's the choice. Rishi Sunak watches The Holiday at Christmas. Richard Tice, Top Gun.
Well, we're still waiting to actually see Rishi Sunak, aren't we? We were thinking that he was going to do his Christmas message. We've had Sir Keir Starmer's in that. He was talking all about a lot of things, really. The NHS, about people, the Royal Mail and all of that stuff. And we had Ed Davey as well, who was talking about people who are alone at Christmas.
Have we had Humza Yousaf?
Well,
not yet.
Not yet, but we wait with bated breath for good old Humza, don't we? But on your marks, get set, go. Many of you will be heading home for Christmas today by land, sea or air, and hoping that things are going to get moving.
Yes, but with travel chaos sweeping parts of the country and the trains ready to break down at a moment's notice, as usual, let's speak to the travel editor at The Sun, Lisa Minot. Lisa, thank you very much for joining us on the show. So how are things looking? Is it a standard Christmas on the roads and the railways, or are things worse or better?
Well, I would say they're about the same as normal, same level of chaos as you would expect. And we have got some high winds coming, which means that we've been warned there could possibly be lines coming down on railways, and obviously fallen trees. That could impact both the roads and rail. So that's definitely something to look out for. And as you say, the rail network is winding down for Christmas. And we've already seen the fact that Paddington Station will be closed, as will King's Cross as well, for engineering works over the weekend. So services are going to be finishing much earlier than usual. Northern trains, again, having problems due to number of staff availability, so lots of trains being cancelled there. Anyone who's looking to take a train today, please check before you leave the house, because things are not looking 100% great. And as you say, on the roads, it's going to be very busy. 21 million trips are being taken over this weekend as people head home for Christmas. And we've got that lunch crunch that should be the one that you're trying to avoid. So between the hours of 12 and 2, that's where motoring organisations say the roads are going to be at their busiest. If possible, try to travel before 11 o'clock this morning or after 6 o'clock this evening.
Oh, grief. Well, I am travelling back after Christmas Day breakfast tomorrow. So at about 11 a.m, I'm going to try and trek it back up to Manchester. So hopefully I get a decent run. Do we think that the roads are going to be any clearer tomorrow for people as well?
I think tomorrow, very definitely, yes. Christmas Day, it's always much, much calmer on the roads. People are inside, they're enjoying themselves. So I think everything will be fine tomorrow. All we have to look out for, as I say, is the fact we have got these high winds. Although we've got very mild temperatures, those high winds and rain are going to be of some concern. The Met Office has issued yellow warnings for that. But hopefully things tomorrow should be much better, because everyone will be at home enjoying their Christmas.
Absolutely.
Yes, down here in the southeast, it always seems to be about 10, 11 degrees and a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
That seems to be the standard anyway.
It does indeed. Well, Lisa, look, thank you very, very much for giving us all of our travel updates, and hopefully everybody can stay safe out there. Good luck if you've got to get a train. Good luck if you're stuck in a traffic jam somewhere. That is Lisa Minot there, who is travel editor at The Sun. And good luck to Father Christmas, because a little bit later on, we are going to be tracking Santa. So for all of the youngsters out there as well who are desperate to know where Santa is at the moment, we'll be able to show you. Now, Santa hasn't taken off yet.
Oh, he's preparing. Look at the gifts.
But he's getting ready. So Santa is about to start firing up his sleigh. Because remember, he's got to go all around the world.
Yeah.
OK, he's got to go all around the world. So Santa is firing up his sleigh at the moment. The presents are being stocked, so you can see it there. And he's going to be taking off shortly. We will be tracking Santa to let you know where in the world he is.
You'll find out if you've been naughty or nice this year. But he's got all those gifts.
You've all been very nice, don't
Very
you?
nice, very nice. But coming up, it is Christmas Eve with Michael Portillo, and he is with us now in the studio. Michael,
hello,
very
Emily.
happy
Hello, Patrick.
Christmas.
Hello.
Very happy Christmas Eve to you.
Yes. You're looking incredibly festive. You put me to shame, to be honest.
Quite Christmassy, yes.
Yeah, lovely jacket.
But I'm afraid that not everything that I'm going to be talking about is Christmassy.
OK.
Because I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's called assisted dying, because after all, Keir Starmer has raised this question after Esther Rantzen said that she might pop off to Switzerland, as she put it. Also going to be recalling Ukraine and Gaza. I'm raising the question whether, as the West runs down its supplies and support to Ukraine, and as the tone of the West changes vis-à-vis Israel, do we really understand our interests in the West? Do we know what's at stake here? That's one of the questions I'm going to be asking.
It's a very good question.
We're continuing with an interview I did with Leslie Caron. Leslie Caron was the star of Gigi and An American in Paris. She danced with Gene Kelly. She danced with Fred Astaire. She was opposite Maurice Chevalier. She gave me a long interview. We're showing 2 parts of that interview today.
Lovely.
And on the Christmas side, I have a Ghanaian chef coming in, and she's going to show me an African take on the festive food of Christmas. So I think we're going to have some African-influenced mince pies.
Wow, very African-influenced mince pies.
For example.
I wonder what's in them.
Wow! Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. OK, all right. I've got to ask as well, what will you be doing Christmas Day? What's a standard Portillo Christmas?
Well, actually, I'll be eating a fish lunch in Madrid.
OK, all right. I mean, Michael, honestly, I love you. The life that you lead is something that I can only ever aspire to. So you'll be having a fish lunch in Madrid for Christmas?
Indeed.
Oh, well, all of that.
Well, safe flight.
Thank you very much indeed.
Safe flight to you.
Lovely to
after
see
the
you
show.
both. Happy Christmas to you both.
And you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for popping in. Lots to look forward to there with Michael Portillo. Make
Absolutely.
sure that you keep all of your emails coming into us, your family scenes. Also, I just nipped into the green room earlier on, and there are a couple of rescue dogs in there. So we will be joined in the studio by a couple of lovely rescue dogs very, very shortly.
Someone sent me an image, which we'll show you maybe, of a snail with a Santa hat on it. So, you know, all your pets. Dogs,
all your
cats,
pets.
All your pets.
Yeah, indeed. OK, well, look, we're going to go and find out what the weather's doing for you and whether or not you will have any snow this Christmas.
Good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
Well, how would you like to win £10,000 in cash, brand new tech and shopping vouchers? Well, you could be the winner of our very first Great British giveaway. Here's the details of how you could make those prizes yours.
This week, we're launching the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to grab some amazing prizes and start your new year the right way. You could win an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Imagine having all of that extra cash in your bank account. We'll also bring you bang up to date with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And we'll give you £500 worth of shopping vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. For your chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday the 5th of January. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
All right, good luck, be lucky if you've entered that. Now, coming up, we will be live up in Scotland as the Christmas preparations get underway. Apparently, though, the weather's not too great. And yes, I'm looking forward to being joined live in the studio by a few rescue dogs as well. So what could possibly go wrong? This is GB News Christmas Eve breakfast.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
to find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with Patrick Christys and Emily Carver.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. Now, with all the festivities well underway, it's easy to lose sight of why we celebrate Christmas in the first place.
Yes, one way to keep the true spirit of Yuletide alive is, of course, attending one of the many church services we see this time of the year, whether it's in the Vatican or your local church.
Well, GB News Scotland reporter Tony Maguire is doing just that this Christmas Eve, and he joins us now from Glasgow Cathedral. Good morning, Tony. I hope you're not too cold out there. Thank you very much for going out and about for us today. What's going on where you are?
Good morning and happy Christmas Eve, I guess. Certainly this morning, quite a wet and windy weather here in Glasgow. You like to see it. Indeed, many of the Christmas shoppers, the last-minute Christmas shoppers, will be heading out to something of a storm. But I am indeed at Glasgow Cathedral today. Believe it or not, this is pretty much the oldest building here in Glasgow and one of only two cathedrals that have stood the Reformation. And today is the fourth Sunday of Advent. So it's a strange one with Christmas Eve. Usually there's other services going on, but indeed because it's the fourth Monday of Advent, then the fourth Sunday of Advent, we're going to have kind of a usual time mass, but tonight we're going to have the night watch here at Glasgow Cathedral. And a little later on this morning, we're going to talk to Mark Johnston. He's the Reverend here at Glasgow Cathedral, and he's going to show us around the building and tell us a little bit more about what it means to be Christmas. Because of course, at this time, it's easy to get swept up with all the presents and with all the good food that's going out on that table. But alas, it's important to remember behind the scenes, there's always the true reason at Christmas. And what better place? Indeed, Mark told me a little earlier on this week that this was indeed, he likes to see Glasgow Cathedral as the people's cathedral. So what better place on Christmas Eve for a little spiritual check-up than the People's Cathedral for the People's News Channel?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Tony Maguire, for us there outside the Glasgow Cathedral. Really good to speak to you.
Well, indeed. And yes, well, we have been asking, haven't we, all show,
we have,
for you to get in touch with your Christmas Eve pictures and pets this morning. There's been some absolute corkers, haven't there? Here's some of our favourites. What have we got? Come on.
Yes, this is Virginia's dog Boris, looking absolutely adorable this morning. He's wearing a Santa hat, of course he is.
Well done, Boris. Susan's Christmas Day will be the same as usual, she says. So she owns an animal rescue sanctuary in Warwickshire. She's got goats, dogs and sheep. That is a fantastic picture. That should remind us of an important message, OK? Pets aren't just for Christmas. Can I just say, it's been wonderful. We're going to, later on as well, show some more of these, but it's been wonderful to get an insight into the way that your families are spending your Christmas Eve in the build-up. So please do keep them coming. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes, please do. But coming up, it is Headline Makers with Stephanie Tucci and James Heel. Stay with us. This is GB News.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christys Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christys Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Christmas Eve Breakfast with me, Patrick, and Emily. And I'm very excited for something that we've got coming in just a few moments' time.
Yes, you've already had a sneak peek. I haven't.
What a sneak peek.
What's coming up?
We've got some rescue dogs in the green room over there, so they're going to be joining us live in the studio. What could go wrong? OK. But we will be joined by them, and we are going to be showing some of your pictures as well. Wonderful pictures coming in of your family gatherings on Christmas Eve. You're set up, you're travelling back, you're with your loved ones, GB Views at gbnews.com. So, yes, we will essentially be turning this studio into a doggy daycare shortly. It'd be great.
And I'm looking forward to it because they look, well, you tell me, they're absolutely beautiful. It'd be lovely to speak to their owners as well, those looking after them.
Yes,
so do stay tuned for that.
Now, no one, not least of all those who have served for this country, should be homeless at Christmas.
No, but the scourge of rough sleeping on Britain's streets has continued despite government and charity action.
Well, our reporter, Charlie Peters, met up with some brave military veterans receiving support over the festive period.
For vulnerable veterans, the festive period will be a time of sadness and isolation. Living on the street is a brutal and dangerous existence. According to research, the number of people losing their life while homeless has increased by 80% in the past 2 years alone. A place for veterans to pop in for a tea and a chat. This cafe hub is crucial for providing support and preventing homelessness.
We're open 6 days a week, 9 till 5, for veterans to come on in as well as the public, to have cups of tea, to talk, to integrate within the community, to have support that is really needed in this local area.
And that support is needed over Christmas more than any other time of year.
It's somewhere where you feel at home, where you can bring any cares you have, any worries you have. You know they'll be treated with confidentially. And if, you know, should the future arise, if I ever need the more support, then I know the people already, I know the staff here, I know the ladies, and I could come and feel quite happily coming in to ask for any support I need.
The military provides service personnel with all their needs, from housing to doctors. So the First Light Trust helps veterans adjust to Civvy Street.
And what was your transition to civilian life like back then?
Bad. But I was a boy soldier, so
You know, so when I come out, there was no demobbing or anything like that, resettlement or anything. So when I actually come out, I was in Ireland one day, Civvy Street next day. Drinking, fighting and everything, football hooligan, all that kind of stuff and that. I was diagnosed in like 2013 properly, but they said I had it from 87, you know.
The PTSD?
Yeah, and everything. But First Light, they're there for me. Like, it's comradeship, isn't it? And then like, we're all vets as well. So I think that's why we all come here, you know. It's all like have a cup of tea, have a chat, all that kind of thing, you know.
Charities are often called up to help veterans at risk of homelessness.
Hey, how's it going?
Now the government says it's stepping up in the fight against veterans sleeping rough.
How are you? I'm all right. Are you well?
Earlier this year, it launched a hotline to offer support. Dubbed Op Fortitude, it's linking veterans to new housing facilities.
We made a promise at the beginning of this year that we would end veterans sleeping rough because of a lack of provision this year. We've put £8.5 million into it. We bought 910 supported housing placements, some of which are here at Mike Jackson House in Aldershot.
Minister for Veterans Affairs Johnny Mercer said that on-street hubs weren't the answer to veteran homelessness.
The trouble is we've done that model now, and we had drop-in centres, and the RBL run drop-in centres across the country, and the truth is that is not where all the traffic comes from. That's not where all these cases come from, and they become, you know, financially not sensible to run. A phone line has proved often the best way of doing it, but we're always open to changing it.
But some charity workers and veterans told us a phone line isn't always the best option.
It can be challenging. I mean, I've phoned quite a few and sometimes they're not available and you leave a voicemail and then you get a phone call back eventually and stuff like that. Face-to-face contact is more important than over the phone sort of thing.
The fact that they can come here and discreetly have a word with the staff downstairs and say, look, I need some support, please. On hand immediately, the coordinators will know that they can come up here with them, have a cup of tea, get to know each other, build that trust, build that loyalty, and be able to get the support that they need.
Whether they reach out by phone or over a cuppa in a charity hub, support is available this Christmas for veterans facing homelessness. Charlie Peters, GB News, Gosport.
All right, well, there we go. Thank you very, very much, Charlie Peters. And I think now, more than any other time of year, really, I think we have to be looking after our brave military veterans, and it's an opportunity for me to thank you as well, again, the wonderful viewers and listeners, for donating so much money to the Royal British Legion. 270 grand you raised in just 5 days, and that was in November. That is a whopping great big achievement, and your generosity really does mean the world for people.
Yes, thank you for being so generous. It's a truly astonishing amount to raise, so well done. Thank you very much. Now, all morning, we've been showcasing your pets, cuddling up, cosy, warm by the fire, wearing various Christmassy items of clothing.
Yeah, exactly. Now, very shortly, we are going to be talking... Oh, I can hear a little bit of grumbling over there. Very shortly, we're going to be hearing and seeing some dogs right here in the studio. We're going to be talking about what you can do to help with rescued dogs, etc. But before that, Rishi Sunak has just delivered, literally moments ago, his Christmas message. So take it away, Rishi.
Everyone, it's that magical time of year again when so many of us are looking forward to all the joy and togetherness of tomorrow. But just before then, I want to take a moment to thank all those who will be sacrificing their Christmases this year in the service of others. The people working in our NHS, in our police forces, and in our amazing armed forces. To remember those facing a difficult time here and in many places around the world. And to reflect on the Christian values at the heart of this celebration of Christ's birth. Because Christmas is a time of peace, joy, compassion, a time of hope and a promise of a better world. And today, as we look ahead, let's keep that promise of a brighter future burning into the new year. Wherever you are, and whatever you are doing for the festivities, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, another short
Happy
and sweet
Christmas,
message.
everyone.
Oh, was that him again?
I think we just got interrupted again by the Prime Minister there. But look, Rishi Sunak's Christmas message, if you missed it earlier, we had Keir Starmer's, we also had Ed Davies. Keir Starmer's, it's fair to say, was better produced. It was more wide-ranging. It was a bit more glitzy. He was out and about. That was quite stand up and deliver from Rishi Sunak, but hey, fair enough, they are all as well at least plugging the fact that it is indeed a Christian festival, which is nice, I think, because that gets a lot lost in Christmas advertising. But we have a special treat in the studio.
We do have a special treat in the studio. All morning we've been showcasing your pets, of course, but what about the dogs and cats sadly without a forever home this Christmas?
Well, what about the millions, of course, wishing that they had more company during the cold nights as well? And it's a match made in heaven for those looking to fill their days with a furry friend from the shelter.
Yes, well, Julia de Cadenet, the CEO of World Protection for Dogs and Cats, knows all about adopting dogs this Christmas, and she's got Annabelle and Felicity with her this morning, aren't they gorgeous?
That's Felicity, is it? On the floor there? Brilliant. These are two pups.
And Annabelle on your lap there. Now, they have found their forever homes.
Yes, they have. They're two actually lucky ones. I mean, Felicity found hers a while back and she's been working as our campaign dog. And Annabelle is going to a disabled lady locally. And yesterday we were really lucky that I rehomed 2 just on the 9th hour. Otherwise, I would have been in with 4.
Oh, my gosh. Well, it's good news for the dogs, bad news for us, because I would have loved to have 4 dogs here in the studio. But can you talk us through a little bit about the lives that these dogs have previously had, or what we know about them? Because I think Annabelle certainly has got a few stories to tell.
Yes, I mean, well, our cause, which is also known as No to Dog Meat, we're a local charity based in London with a shelter in China, and we campaign to end the brutal dog meat trade in Asia. So all of the dogs that you see on our website, or these 2 dogs here, have come from very sad circumstances. Annabelle came from the infamous Yulin Dog Meat Festival, and Felicity came from a slaughterhouse.
Oh, my God.
And I personally rescued them, yeah.
How did you do that?
Well, it's not easy. At the market, sometimes we do buy dogs, but if we can see an opportunity to grab them, we do that. And the slaughterhouses, we raid them.
You raid slaughterhouses?
Yeah, and we stop trucks on the highway as well, yeah. I mean, I know I look the most... This is what I mean when I say anyone can take part in rescue or activism. I mean, I'm like the least active person you would think just looking at me, but I have been known to climb on a HGV truck and pull the cages down.
Very much taking it into your own hands. And how is the trade in China of dog meat? Are they changing?
They're not changing.
No.
I mean, I've just spent 5 weeks there, which is why I was lucky enough to be able to bring back 10 new rescues. However, the thing is, in China, information is so restricted. You don't get social media, you don't get WhatsApp, you have limited information available.
Of course.
So even when people are protesting here, those in China don't really see it. And, of course, it's a black market industry. It's a black market industry whereby Annabelle would have been a stolen pet, and therefore she's a free product to be sold.
Can I just get involved a little bit?
Of course you
here?
can.
Oh,
the more you're
thank
involved,
you.
the better.
Thank you. Hello, gorgeous. So, this is Annabelle.
This is Annabelle. She's missing an eye, but she's still very much with us.
So if we have a little look here, Annabelle. Hello, gorgeous.
Yeah,
so Annabelle's eye, oh gosh, bless her. OK, so the eye's gone there, and we think that's probably because of some form of abuse. The antlers have gone.
She just whipped off her
we need to get the antlers. So, and I can't help but notice...
And Felicity's missing a tail.
Felicity's missing a tail. Hello, Felicity.
Because it was cut off, you know, where she came from. I mean, the thing about our dogs for adoption is they're not always perfect, and I know people have often really high expectations. They want a puppy, or they've seen a photo of a particular breed. But really, it's the spirit of the animal that means everything.
Yeah, definitely. And
Remind me what these breeds are.
This is a Chow Chow.
Chow
and
Chow?
Everybody says, oh, Chow Chow. They're not very friendly. You can't really cuddle them. But, I mean look at this teddy bear.
Looks like she likes to cuddle.
And they've got the quite famous black tongue,
They do, yeah, they have a black tongue. There you go.
Oh,
There's your tongue. She loves that. See what I mean? She loves people
Do they all have a tongue like that?
Yeah, they do.
How old are these two beauties then?
So this is another reason I brought them, because we try to promote slightly older dogs. I know everybody does want a puppy, but they're really hard work. So Annabelle is nearly 8 and Felicity is 7. And for me, I think that's a great age for adoption, because they've already got their character settled in that they're a little bit sure of themselves, but they're still young enough that they can have some fun.
And what types of people come to adopt these dogs?
Well, we've had so many different types of people. Like 2 of the dogs that we got adopted out this Christmas Christmas have gone to people with disabilities. Yeah. They're actually got hearing disabilities. So even though our dogs are not trained service dogs, they seem to be able to relate to people with disabilities very well. We've had an eminent surgeon who's adopted one of our dogs. And we also have quite a few elderly people.
Oh, bless
They're very beautiful and very well behaved.
They are very well
behaved.
And so how can people come and find you and see the kind of dogs that you've got and all of that stuff? How can people get hold?
Well, Patrick, we're actually doing, if anyone's available on Boxing Day this year, we're going to be doing in the afternoon a dog walk in Regent's Park with some of our rescues and also some of the newly adopted dogs.
Yeah.
And anyone who's in London, who's on their own and wants to come down, they're more than welcome to, and they can actually meet some of them and have a walk with us.
Oh.
And also the main way to contact us is via our website, www.notodogmeat.com. And we would really need your support because we're only a small charity.
And may I just ask one question? How did you become passionate about No to Dog Meat? Did you see it? Did you just hear about it? What was it?
Yeah, I'm actually a lawyer by profession for my sins. And I was working out in Hong Kong at the time in 2009, and I went over to China and I saw the cruelty with my own eyes. So then I just decided, right, I'm going to go around and ask for help. And of course, sometime later, not much help was coming. So we started a social media campaign, and then after that, started the charity. And then when my mum died in 2018, sadly of dementia, I set up the shelter in China, and we've got more than 500 dogs there now, desperately needing homes and support.
And the thing is as well, now, firstly, can I just ask, is it possible for me to just stand up a little bit here with Felicity?
Yeah,
Is that
take
all
Felicity
right?
up. Felicity loves to stand up. There she goes.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
so,
look at you, Fluffball.
can I just say, I wanted to do this because you just see that she's like a cloud.
Sit down.
She is like a cloud.
Like a big polar bear.
You just want to give her a proper
I just
cuddle,
want to
don't
give
you?
her a cuddle. Now, I've been bantering away at Emily to get a dog for ages, but we can't have the time because we're always here, I'm afraid. But now, these are not just, rescue dogs, for themselves, but also people out there at the moment who are suffering with loneliness or things like that, really could use with a bit of company, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I live on my own, and a lot of people live on their own. And especially around Christmas time, it's very family-oriented. And you just find that when you've got the dogs, you're never on your own. So you may have GB News playing in the background, but at least you've got dog cuddles as well.
Also, and we're on radio, so you can take us with you. But also, it gives you a reason to go out, right?
100%.
A reason to get up in the morning, a reason to go to the shops, to go for a walk. And you can also make friends through your dogs, can't you?
Well, I mean, if you're out with a dog like Felicity, let's face it, you're stopped every 5 seconds.
You're going to get chatting.
Photo. And that's why we, maybe are slightly different to some other charities, that we don't exclude people if they live in an apartment or if they're elderly, because we always say if something happens, we'll take the dog back. And we just find that people get out and about more.
Also, there's no such thing as a perfect home, is there?
No.
And most dogs will be much happier with a caring owner.
I mean, Felicity does love shopping, so she's very popular on Oxford Street, always trying to go into the shop.
You go to Oxford Street, do you? Panic buying for Christmas.
Panic buying for Christmas. Oh, the paw's coming up. Oh, bless
what
you.
A baby.
Oh, right. Well, we're going to keep the dogs in the studio for now, and we're going to return to them a little bit later on. Oh, bless you. OK, there we go. But there is an amazing story as well that's been featured in today's Express. So we're going to whiz you through a couple of stories, and we're going to go to a couple of your wonderful pictures as well. A bloke apparently travelled all the way from America just to turn up outside our offices and throw an egg at the door.
It's an outrage.
It's just weird, isn't it? There we go.
I think, he was just trying to get our attention. Maybe it's a nice thing. The egg does have a smiley face, so there you go.
The egg did have a smiley face on it, so thank you very, very much for doing that. I would also just like to politely suggest as well that not a single one of us noticed that you'd done this. So there we are. But look, Christmas obviously can be a particularly
lonely time for some people. So to help ease that, a charity in London is providing early Christmas dinners for older members of their community. Well, our London reporter Lisa Hartle has the story for us.
Christmas is a wonderful time for many people, but for others, it's an incredibly difficult period. Research by Age UK found that 2.3 million older people wish they had someone to spend time with at Christmas. This community centre in North London supports people from one of the most deprived areas in the country. Over 2 days, they're dishing up around 150 Christmas dinners.
So it's our biggest event, really, for our older members, because they love Christmas lunch, coming together. And for some people, it's the only chance they have to be with lots of other people. You know, some of them live on their own, very lonely. So it's a lovely event to come out to and be with others and share Christmas. But this ward is one of the most deprived in the UK, with a lot of poverty and lots of vulnerable people living nearby, because we still run a food bank, which is more demand than ever, which we started during COVID, and we're still running.
Many of the guests come to the centre at least once a week, mainly to socialise, including former SAF captain John Nixon.
The number of people that are here that are my friends, and they regard me as a special friend, so it's a mutual kind of combination, really. Community spirit as well, apart from the very good lunches, of course.
Well, it's getting together with other people and getting a lovely hot dinner being given by Queen's Crescent Community Centre.
It's lovely. I mean, people will tell you that. The more you go around the tables and talk to people, people will say, well, I came and I stayed. I came for advice, but I stayed. Because that's what it does. It opens its doors up, allows you to come in from the cold. Even if there's no one around, you can just sit in here and have a cup of tea. And someone will say, are you okay, mate?
Funding the centre is one of the oldest charities in the UK, the 900-year-old City Bridge Foundation.
We've been involved with them since about 2009, and our recent grant helping them through the pandemic is just focusing on bringing people together, especially older people, the young and families. And we've seen them reach out to nearly 3,000 people in the community, and they really are a vital part of Gospel Oak now. Today's lunch is for older people because Christmas is a difficult time. It can be quite lonely and isolating for older people, and it's a great thing to bring them together in an event like today.
The festive period can magnify how alone people feel, which is why services like this are so important. Lisa Hartle, GB News, London.
Well, thank you very much for that, Lisa. And it's just important to make sure that we take care of everyone at Christmas. And a little reminder that we are still joined in the studio right now by Julia, who is the CEO of World Protection for Dogs and Cats. And we've got some gorgeous specimens here. We were just chatting during that package then, weren't we, about a couple of the ways that people can get in touch. You've got a bit of an appeal going at the moment.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an appeal because earlier this year there was a big flooding in China and we lost all our winter supplies of blankets and quilts and also some of our treats that we'd had prepared for Christmas time. And it's actually freezing right now in China. There's snow blizzards. And unfortunately, our shelter, which has more than 500 dogs, doesn't have any heating. So we're appealing for blankets. And even though we'd love to receive them in the UK and send, it's too expensive. So just £3 will buy a nice warm quilt or a blanket. And if you can help us out, the website is www.notodogmeat.com.
Well, there you go. That's straightforward. No, it's not that straightforward. notodogmeat.com for that fundraiser to keep them comfortable. Make sure they're warm enough, they're fed, watered, healthy.
Absolutely. Well, Julia, thank you very much for coming in, and it's been wonderful to meet Felicity and Annabelle as well, wasn't it? So there we go. And if you've been moved by that, look, please do try to donate, give what you can. I know it's a difficult time of the year. Everybody's probably a bit skint, but if you've got any money down the back of the couch, then
and
please
we can tell how much our viewers and listeners love dogs, judging by all the pictures we've received this morning. Hundreds and hundreds of dogs watching. And talking of pictures of dogs, we've got some.
We have indeed. Loads of you, of course, have been getting in touch to show not just pictures of dogs, but also your families as well and what's been going on for you at home. And this is what we really like to do here. So I'm hoping that we might be able to just bring up a couple of the Christmas pictures that we've got right now. There we go.
This is our very own Polly Middlehurst's beloved Rocket.
So Polly's here with your news. She'll be on your screen shortly, don't worry. But that is her dog, Rocket, there. Cora here has been watching us all morning on TV. Steve has sent that one in. Thank you very much, Steve. Cora seems to be taking rather keen interest in my face there. Which
she does. She likes you.
Quite glad that she's not been in the studio, otherwise I might have had a clawing.
And this is Paul's dog next, Dexter Collier, in his Christmas finest. Lovely antlers, nice little jumper with, of course, 4 holes for the arms and legs. Beautiful dogs, really beautiful dogs we're receiving this morning.
Absolutely. Well, look, hopefully we can get some more pictures up as well, and loads of you have been getting in touch and all of that. So really, really great to obviously be on board with so many of you today. Emily and I are going to be with you on Christmas Day as well. So let us know how you are spending your Christmas Day. Will you be with your family? We're desperate to try and get some pictures of you and all around there, from our family to yours, you know.
And we've got a bit of a call out for tomorrow morning too.
Yes.
Now we're going to be showing some of our, well, youthful nativity photos from when we were very little, and I may tell you that Patrick's ones are rather amusing.
Yes, indeed. So whether you were in a school nativity or whatever it is that you were doing there, whatever role that you had to play, we're going to be playing out little videos and pictures as well of people who have been in their Christmas nativities. So that would be lovely to hear from you. I'm just hearing now that we've got some images of some rescue dogs that need to be adopted as well, so we can bring those up. Now, I'm going to go back to Julia here, who's been in the studio with her dogs, who can tell us about some of these dogs and what the situation is, I think, as well, Julia. Can you?
Yes, well, as you can see, we have so many different breeds of dogs. That's Victor. He's an adorable standard poodle. You've got Dollar there, who's disabled. All of the dogs that you see, we have rescued from the brutal dog meat trade, and they're all living with us in our shelter. And every single one in those images is looking for a forever home. And even if you can't afford to bring a dog over, we always try to help you fundraise. And if, by the way, if anyone wants to meet any of our dogs tomorrow, Boxing Day, sorry, we're doing a big dog walk in Regent's Park with some of the rescues and with some of the adopters. So contact us via the website and come down and see us.
And that's on Boxing Day?
It is, in the afternoon. A nice dog walk in Regent's Park with some of the rescues.
Oh, lovely stuff. OK, well, make sure that you do that. And remember, a dog, of course, isn't just for Christmas. And we've been having a little bit of a go at trying to track Santa, because a lot of our younger viewers have been desperate to know whether or not Santa's sleigh is going to be taking off any time soon. Now, Santa, we can tell you, is, at the moment, still in his house, and he's been filling
he hasn't left yet.
He's not left yet, so Santa has not left yet. So this is the latest from NORAD's Santa Tracker. So Santa is still there, stocking up the presents, and he's going to be taking off very, very soon, and we will keep you updated right here on GB News as to how he is getting on. So, we had a debate earlier on about whether or not Christmas is Christmas without a turkey. And I wonder whether or not it actually is for people. I mean, certainly the tradition in your house, what is it?
I've always had turkey. Just one of those things, have to have a turkey. And often the turkey is far too big for the number of people who are actually sat around the table, so it goes on for days. You have Christmas turkey sandwiches the next day, or a turkey curry, or a turkey pasta. My dad, actually, makes a good turkey pasta, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah.
OK, well, there you go. Yes.
One thing he can make.
One of the reasons why is that apparently we've been seeing a sharp rise in, well, we have been in vegetarianism and veganism, and obviously there's a humanitarian reason behind that. There's also the eco reason behind that. So one of the biggest sellers this year has been things like mushroom Wellingtons and nut roasts, etc. So certainly that will not be the case around at my house, because I'm going to be going back home tomorrow for a rib of beef and some turkey as well. And
remind us of what exactly you'll be having.
Yes, so
pigs in blankets.
We'll be having pigs in blankets. I will be having sprouts with a little bit of bacon and some nuts in the sprouts as well. All of the parsnips, all of that stuff. And I will be having a big turkey and some beef. But I also just want to wish everybody out there who is doing a little bit of last-minute Christmas shopping, which I might be doing when we finish this show, all the very best of luck, because today is a bumper day for everybody who's out there just trying to get those last-minute stocking fillers as well. You've been actually very, very organised this year, haven't you?
I have, although I must admit I still have quite a lot of wrapping to do. But we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. The whole day left to go till tomorrow, so, you know.
Indeed, indeed.
It's not last minute.
Well, up next is Michael Portillo, but I'm just going to say a goodbye from me and the dogs as well. Here we go. Lovely stuff. Well, I hope you have a very, very happy Christmas, everybody.
Bye.
Emily and I will be back with you tomorrow morning from 6 a.m, won't we? Bright and early.
We will indeed. 6 a.m. till 11 a.m. tomorrow for Christmas Day breakfast. It's going to be an absolutely lovely morning.
It will. Now, stay tuned, because up next it is Michael Portillo, and it promises to be a rip-roaring show. Oh, yes, OK. Good night. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Christmas Eve.
A brighter outlook with
Really?
Bosch Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Ellie Glazier. Looking towards Christmas, and wet and windy weather is expected to continue for most of us, but back to Christmas Eve and heavy rain continues across parts of West Wales. This will spread its way inland across much of England and Wales through the rest of Christmas Eve, particularly into the afternoon. Further north across Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Scotland, we could see some sunshine, but showers quite quickly pushing in from the west into this afternoon. Also turning very windy across Scotland and Northern England, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible. Another widely mild day across the UK, 13 or 14 degrees across the south and still above average across parts of Scotland. Through the rest of Christmas Eve, rain across the south gradually clears its way towards the southeast, perhaps coming drier for a time across parts of England and Wales. Clear skies also persist across parts of Scotland, and we could see some frost here, perhaps down to -2 or -3. Temperatures in the south, though, holding up, particularly across the southwest, even in the double figures, maybe at 11 or 12 degrees under all that cloud and rain. Further cloud and rain pushes in from the west as we go through Christmas Day itself, so a very cloudy and damp picture across much of England and Wales on Christmas Day. Further north, there will be some brighter spells to start, but another band of rain pushes its way northwards, turning quite wintry across the high ground of Scotland, perhaps up to 10 centimetres of snow here. Feeling a little cooler across Scotland, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but still above average across the south.
A brighter outlook with Bosch Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're late! Get up!
This Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, wake up with GB News.
For the finest festive start to your Christmas for you and the whole family.
Christmas breakfast on GB News, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day from 6 a.m.
I got you this.
Oh, good. OK, I got you a little something.
Oh, I'm sure it's nice.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests, and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go